Thank you for starting the recording. YouTube's just taking a minute to load. Okay, there we go. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of WWRP Local Parks Category Technical Review Meetings. We have a full meeting, a full day today, so applicants will be coming and sharing their projects and getting feedback from us and our advisory committee, who is all on the line with us today. So thanks, everyone, for being here. And first up, we have Seattle. So let me get your PowerPoint ready to go. And Jacqueline, are you presenting this one or Mo?
I'm presenting.
Okay, great. All right. And there it is. Did that pop up? Oh, wait, hold on. I got to share. I'm not going to be able to see it unless I share it. So, all right, how's that?
I see it. That's the
Excellent.
one.
Excellent. All right. And would you prefer if I advance the slides for you, or I could give you remote control if that's your preference? Either way is fine.
I think remote would be great if I can remote in.
Okay, awesome. Let me find your name on the list here. There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate your control. And yeah, it looks like you're moving.
There we go. Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead, Jacqueline.
Okay, well, good morning. Hello, my name is Jacqueline Oaksford, and I represent Seattle Parks and Recreation as the Recreation Coordinator at Miller Community Center, and I'm here to share the Miller Park Inclusive Play Area project. Miller Park is located in Seattle, managed by the City of Seattle's Department of Parks and Recreation. The park is located in the Capitol Hill neighborhood, affectionately known as the Gayborhood, and serves as a hub for arts, music, and activism. This project renovates the current play area into a fully inclusive play area to welcome children of all abilities to recreate outdoors. The grant scope funds installation of new accessible play equipment, and the total project installs a fully accessible play surface, improves pathways for accessibility, adds comfort amenities, and landscaping. There are 81,000 people in the 1 mile service area, about a 20-minute walk shed. There are a variety of parks within this service area. Many parks feature seating and picnic areas with centralized art. Neighborhood parks typically include play areas for ages infant and up, and some include playfields or sports courts. Destination parks include all of the above, with added walking pathways and trails and open green spaces. However, none of these parks in the service area are fully inclusive for children with disabilities. If you or your child has a disability, you have very limited choices for fully inclusive play areas in Greater Seattle. From Capitol Hill, the next closest park in Seattle is a 4.5 mile drive away. Others are even further, up to 40 minutes away in good traffic. If we expand our service area to 3 miles, similar to our destination recreation facilities, our service population increases to 259,000 people, with an estimated 27,000 people with a disability. As there are no fully inclusive play areas within even 3 miles, we're misserving thousands of families. This map is a racial and social composite index that layers socioeconomic, racial, and health disadvantages. About half of our 3 mile service area serves people with greater disadvantages, shown in orange and red, and we anticipate growing density in the downtown and central areas, which includes Capitol Hill. As health outcomes are statistically worse for people with disabilities, adding local accessible play areas decreases these disadvantages and improves life outcomes. The current play area is used year-round, rain or shine, by neighborhood children and families and by nearby preschools. This play area serves able-bodied children who have the choice to enjoy every other playground in the neighborhood and region. The main structure is shared by all age cohorts. We envision a new play area that welcomes children with and without disabilities to play together. Likewise, caregivers with disabilities can interact with their children in the play area too. We anticipate families from the neighborhood as well as families from all over Central and South Seattle enjoying the new inclusive play area. We identified this project through our 2020-32 strategic plan and our 2024 Parks and Open Space plan. In 2021, a statistically valid survey of 1,300 Seattle residents learned that small neighborhood parks were visited by 93% of respondents, and that improving existing parks was the third highest priority. Equity priorities are based on maps from the Seattle Office of Planning and Community Development based on census data. Seattle Parks and Recreation is creating a citywide plan for providing universally inclusive play opportunities, geographically distributed to serve the greatest number of residents. Miller Park was identified as a suitable site that serves a significant number of people and is in an equity priority area. Let's look at what kids are playing on now. It's 28 years old with the original equipment from when it was opened in 1998. The beams show sign of rust and discoloration, wood beams are weathered, and metal platforms are slippery. Entry onto the structure are by stairs or climbing only. And the only inclusive element is one bucket seat. The play surface is engineered wood fiber, which does not serve most mobility disabilities. Entry ramps into the containment zone are not graded for accessibility, and the stairs are inaccessible without guardrails. With our mission to bring recreation to all people, we're thrilled to have the opportunity to intentionally plan and design a fully inclusive play area. The new Miller Park Inclusive Play Area achieves that. The full project demolishes old equipment, reconstructs containment curbs, increases the square footage, and installs new inclusive equipment with an accessible play surface. This grant funding will go toward play equipment purchase and installation. The new play equipment will include older and younger kid play opportunities, climbing, swinging, spinning, including for children with mobility differences, musical play, sensory play, and communication, all in a nature-based color theme. The main structure is designed for kids 5 and older with a slide, ramp, and hopping pads and overhead shade structures. What's really exciting is that one of the entries onto this structure is via a ramp from the pathways above the play surface. Access to the slide has never been so easy. There will be new under 5 play structure and an under 3 playhouse. The playhouse is accessible at ground level with open entry and zero grade. We're excited to incorporate other play concepts to serve cognitive development. Sensory and musical equipment lets kids create music in the park. These arches, perfect for strollers and rollers, invites tactile, visual, and other sensory interaction. Hideaway spaces offer a place to retreat and decompress alone or for slow-paced socialization. And importantly, we want a communication board for nonverbal and language learners to express their experiences and wants at the park. However, without additional funds, we will have to make difficult cost savings decisions. We would unfortunately eliminate the communication board and the sensory panel arches and have to select less accessible equipment options for the spinner and the hideaway. These losses reduce the inclusivity and full accessibility that is the goal of this park. Fun, exciting, accessible equipment is expensive but worth it. DCW cost estimators calculated construction costs, and then the project team escalated for administrative overhead, insurance, and taxes. The grant scope of work is $1.3 million, and the total project cost is estimated at over $2 million. The $800,000 in matching dollars are funded by the City of Seattle through direct appropriations. Full design is contingent on knowing all funds available and to complete it with the best equipment that we can afford. These grant funds ensure that we can choose the most accessible and most fun play elements for everybody and incorporates them into the final product. Design is anticipated through fall of 27, with construction beginning shortly after and opening to the public in summer of 28. Public feedback was received over 3 community meetings in December of 24, July 25, and December 25, along with 4 online surveys. Postcards inviting community members to the meetings were sent to all households within a half-mile radius. One of the online surveys was distributed by Inclusion Matters, our design partner, to parents of children with disabilities and adults with disabilities, receiving 45 responses. We've received overwhelming support from organizations supporting disability communities, schools, and Capitol Hill, all providing letters of support for this project. Seattle Adaptive Sports, a competitive sports nonprofit, shares our recognition that access to recreation is life-changing, and children with disabilities deserve a place to play. We adapted the play area designs based on this community feedback. Here's what we heard. Respondents want activities for big physical movement like running and jumping. They want elements to improve balance and coordination, and proprioceptive activities like climbing, swinging, and crawling. These elements are more represented in the preferred design option, and we want to include amazing new inclusive structures that can take children to higher heights, swing with friends, and go faster. Swings include belt seats, bucket seats with harnesses, and an inclusive dish or basket seat. The most preferred accessible equipment are the We Go Round spinner, the Fox Den, and the sensory panel arches. Improving comfort for everybody was important, and so we add shade and provide seating and tables. We're privileged to partner with Inclusion Matters, an international nonprofit organization whose mission is to create play, dignity, and social connection for children with disabilities through inclusive playgrounds and education programs. Their experienced architects in inclusive playground design are instrumental in planning the most accessible Miller Play area, and they're contributing pro bono. Inclusion Matters architects work in coordination with SPR project planners and project managers to respond to budget constraints and SPR strategy. They are present and lead community engagement meetings, especially the one targeted to youth and adults with disabilities. In summer, much of Miller Park and Play area received 9 or more hours of full sunlight and heat. This project will include new trees to provide shade around the play area, shade structures over the play area, and prioritizes low heat conductive materials. Public transportation to Miller Park includes highly used bus routes, the Speedy Light Rail, and King County Metro Access buses. Metro Access is a public transportation service that drives people with disabilities door to door. The Miller Park campus is already a location of multi-generational recreation at the community center, play field, outdoor courts, spray park, and next door preschool and middle school. SPR delivers activities for children and adults with a range of cognitive and physical disabilities, many of which take place at Miller Community Center. This inclusive play area offers new opportunities to deliver youth adaptive recreation. Remember earlier that getting to fully inclusive play areas means traveling greater than 3 miles in city or up to 15 miles away with tolls. The play area, a play option close to home can result in less distance to travel in a personal vehicle and increases options for public transportation. Recreation at any age improves health. Giving kids with disabilities access to outdoor recreation early in life can reduce short and long-term healthcare costs. Inclusion Matters is providing their services pro bono, an estimated $30,000 value. Likewise, they're tapping into their networks and supporters to fundraise for this project. This cost savings is incredibly important as we seek the most accessible play equipment. Seattle Parks and Recreation is proud to add this fully inclusive park to our system, bringing fun, joy, and recreation to children of all abilities. Thank you for your attention, and we welcome your questions.
Great, thank you, Jacqueline. All right, anything from the committee? Questions, feedback? Mary, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a really nice presentation, very well thought out. I did have a question on the budget. The funds request is only for the playground equipment and the installation.
Yes.
Then you mentioned something about Seattle is funding the rest of the project. So are there matching funds? Are you counting the Seattle funds as matching for this grant?
Yes, so we're requesting
Okay.
500,000 from RCO. Ours is a $800,000 match for the play area equipment and installation, and then the remainder of the project that includes some pathway upgrades, the trees and landscaping are encumbered by us.
Okay, because this slide doesn't show that very clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you could kind of tease that out a little bit better, that'd be really helpful for the evaluators.
Of
Um,
course.
then are you also counting, you say there's a nonprofit Play Matters?
Inclusion
Um,
matters.
Inclusion Matters. I'm sorry, Inclusion Matters. So will the funds that they'll be bringing also include matching? Are you counting those as matching funds also?
They are still reaching out and fundraising, so we don't know
Okay.
where those dollars are going. But yes,
Okay.
this would really go into invest more in better play equipment.
I see. Okay. That's fantastic. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mary. Go ahead, Jeff, and then Rebecca.
Hey, nice job.
Thank you.
It's a great project. Just a couple questions about some of the areas you showed a map, I think, with some inclusive playgrounds.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming then you're thinking this isn't, I know you used a couple different terms interchangeably. So you said universally inclusive.
Mhm.
I'm used to like universally accessible or inclusive playgrounds. I'm guessing those are all interchangeable, but are we thinking more of like the inclusive as far as the playground surfacing of what you're comparing in the map for locations? Or is it all the elements?
The goal is that all elements can welcome kids of many abilities. And so, like, entry onto the play surface is accessible. The slide is now able to be reached by children who have mobility differences. I think that one's a great one. If we show the spinner, um, let's see, I think it might be
This
one
one
more
here,
forward.
or
Here
yeah,
we go. So this one, if you look at most, are less accessible. So the spinner is more accessible with children who might use wheelchairs or other mobility devices, versus the spinner, the one on the right side, um, is also qualified as accessible, but isn't the most inclusive of children with many different abilities or um, mobility differences. The Fox Den and the sensory panels start incorporating more youth with cognitive differences. So that's kind of the difference between accessible and fully inclusive, is trying to find that greater reach of the check mark accessible versus best accessible.
Yeah, no, I know the differences. I'm
Okay.
just trying to clarify that you're able to display that because accessibility is a base level, right? So
Right.
there's wood chips are considered ADA technically, but
Hmm.
it's not as accessible as a poured surface or tile, right? But I'm just making sure when we're comparing playgrounds around in your map that, there's other playgrounds with poured surfaces in Seattle than what you showed. And I know there's one in Mountley Terrace we have, and you can't show them all on the map, but I'm
Hmm.
just making sure that you're comparing apples to apples, is kind of what I'm saying, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yes.
thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. Nice job, Jacqueline and Mo. Really thorough and well done. Um, my question has to do with partnerships. I know Inclusion Matters is out of Los Angeles, and I'm curious if you actually have worked with local uh, organizations like Outdoors for All, Seattle Century Garden, Special Olympics, any of the organizations that work with youth and with disabilities that are within the Seattle area to get feedback on this design.
I would need to go talk to our project planner to see what other outreach he has done to find how they've reached out to them, received feedback, and incorporated that. I think Inclusion Matters was identified specifically for uh, the project design for it, um,
Hmm.
and I will go back and
Yeah,
talk with our designer, our
yeah.
planner.
Yeah, I think the partnership section is really, or maybe it's the project engagement section is really more around community, but like kind of
Hmm.
community partnerships. So
Right.
just thinking about, that might help, improve the scoring on that section.
Great. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Other thoughts from the committee? Melissa, go ahead.
Um, Slide 3 references some not in scope portions, and but you talk about those. So I think making it more apparent of what is actually included, um, because I mean, it's nice to see what all is going to be included, but this is just for the grant portion. So just something that kind of makes that more understandable and clear. And then slide 6 is the socioeconomic map. I'd recommend adding a legend. I know you talk about the different colors, but actually having a legend that we can look at would be really helpful.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Other thoughts? All right, Jacqueline, that donation from, I think it's Inclusion Matters.
Yes.
Hopefully, if you have sort of a final commitment by the time you resubmit, that will help in cost efficiencies. You know, reducing government costs is a major component of that evaluation criteria. So that'll definitely help you in scoring. Yeah, and then I had kind of the same question about. So it sounds like for the grant, you're just asking for the equipment, but the site prep, all the other stuff is happening. It's just separately funded. You haven't included in the scope. Okay, and then just some assurance that obviously is going to happen, right? The money's in place. You're moving ahead with that phase or something helpful as well. And you may have mentioned that, and I just missed it. But
no, I can make it more clear.
Yeah,
sounds like if I'm getting feedback a few times for that, I can improve the clarity there.
Yeah. I mean, you could include all that in the grant. Obviously, it just makes it a bigger grant and a lot more that you have to worry about billing us for and that sort of thing. But you don't have to. That can be a separate phase. It's fine. And then so this is okay as is. Mo, go ahead. You got something?
Yeah, I just had a question for the panel. I mean, a while ago at RCO, you had a really terrific presentation on what does it mean for parks to be inclusive. Your policy team did that. And I'm just wondering for the panel if it would be really useful for us to sort of talk about sort of what is baseline inclusivity versus what it is that we're trying to achieve, if that makes sense. Because we're going above and beyond baseline here by quite a bit.
Yeah. I would say I'll just jump in and say yes to definitely make that clear, because I think Jeff mentioned, ADA, basic ADA is just the baseline. You got to meet requirements, but just in terms of setting yourself apart, comparing to other projects, this is, if you are, and I think you are going well above and beyond, then yeah, that's important to know.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, you guys. Appreciate it. Nice job. We'll see you in a couple months back here in August.
Great. Thank you all so much for your feedback.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Next up, Liberty Lake is next up. And who's presenting for this one?
Jen Camp. I'm here.
Okay. Hey, Jen. All right. Let me get your...
And do I wait for someone to load the presentation?
Yeah, just a second. I'm getting there. Can you see it now? Is it okay?
And then I click on it.
Hold on one sec, and I will pass controls. I mean, I could advance the slides for you or give you control. What's your preference?
Oh, sure. Yeah. If you don't mind advancing, that'd be great.
Sure, no problem. Just say next slide, and I will advance for you. And
all right.
Oh yeah, whenever you're ready, go right ahead, Jen.
Thank you. All right, I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me and allowing us to present. I'm representing Pavilion Park Playground renovation in Liberty Lake, Washington. Next slide, please. Liberty Lake is East Spokane County and borders Idaho. It is a fast-growing community of about 14,000 people. It is a desirable place to live and is known for its premier golf courses, abundant natural spaces, and vibrant community events. There are more than 30 parks and open spaces in and around Liberty Lake, totaling over 4,900 acres of public lands. The city of Liberty Lake owns or co-maintains 10 park areas, including 3 community parks, Orchard Park, Pavilion Park, and Rocky Hill. Pavilion Park is a centrally located premier community park. There are 2 elementary schools within walking distance. This project seeks to replace the playground set at Pavilion Park with an enhanced play space that is inclusive of all ages and abilities. Next slide, please. Pavilion Park has long served as a central gathering place for the Liberty Lake community, supporting recreation, events, and tourism. The park reflects a strong community identity, having been shaped by local residents and partners who helped establish it as a key recreation hub. Pavilion Park remains a cornerstone of Liberty Lake, providing an essential link between the community's history, outdoor recreation, and cultural heritage. Because of its longstanding role and high community value, ongoing investment is needed to preserve its importance and functionality for future generations. Next slide, please. Pavilion Park's 30-year-old playground is deteriorated, rated condition 2, and presents increasing safety and liability concerns, including cracked equipment, worn surfacing, and tripping hazards. It's also missing a slide. As Liberty Lake's most heavily used community park, the playground no longer meets the needs of a rapidly growing population. It lacks inclusive features, shade, and amenities for younger children, creating significant equity and access gaps for families. As one of 3 community parks in a key service area for the 2 nearby schools, replacing the outdated structure is essential to ensure safe, equitable, and age-appropriate recreation for the community. Next slide, please. The existing play structure is not inclusive and lacks universally accessible features. Playground only serves 5 to 12-year-old children, leaving younger children without appropriate play options. There is no shade over the playground or additional amenities beyond the splash pad, reducing usability for families. 8.7% of residents and 3% of children in Liberty Lake live with a disability, yet the site offers no accessible or inclusive play elements. Community survey showed strong use and demand. 89% surveyed visited the park in the past year, and 53% of those used the playground, indicating unmet access needs. 26% of survey respondents identified Pavilion Park as their closest park, highlighting the importance of equitable access in this service area. Next slide, please. Liberty Lake has only 3 community parks, as stated before, creating limited play amenities. There is no fully inclusive playground anywhere in the city, showing a clear access and equity gap for residents with disabilities. The service area around Pavilion Park has no swing sets, highlighting a shortage of basic play amenities. The city's level of service analysis identifies a deficit in playgrounds for ages 5 to 12, which Pavilion Park is expected to help address. Pavilion Park sits in a high demand area of the community and directly serves the 2 nearby elementary schools, increasing the importance of providing adequate, accessible play facilities. The current playground cannot meet this demand, reinforcing the need for investment to fill citywide recreational access and LOS gaps. Next slide, please. The playground is frequently overcrowded, demonstrating that existing facilities cannot meet current user demand. There are insufficient play amenities for the number of children using the park, showing that playground's capacity is inadequate for community needs. Rapid ongoing population growth means the community has outgrown the current playground, reinforcing the need for expanded facilities that match current and projected demand. These conditions indicate a clear level of service shortfall, supporting the need for investment to ensure appropriate play capacity for high use and a high growth service area. Next slide, please. Community feedback through the park plan identified a clear desire for playground upgrades, including swings, shade, and additional amenities. Residents expressed strong need for play equipment that serves all ages, reinforcing the documented gaps in the current facility. Pavilion Park improvements were ranked as a high community priority and are already included in the city's capital improvement plan, demonstrating consistency with adopted planning documents. Public engagement results verify that the community expects enhanced, inclusive, and age-diverse play opportunities at this park, supporting the need for investment. Next slide, please. The project goal directly responds to documented community need by aiming to create a central gathering space that supports accessibility, inclusivity, and safety for all. Upgrading the playground to be inclusive for all ages and abilities addresses identified access deficits and equity gaps in the facility. Increasing the range of play amenities helps meet rising demand driven by rapid population growth and high park visitation levels. The proposed improvements align with the city's vision and planning documents, reinforcing the need for an updated, multi-age, inclusive community play space in a high priority service area. Next slide, please. Proposed improvements directly respond to documented safety and condition deficiencies by replacing aging, deteriorated equipment with new modern structures. Addition of a 2 to 5-year-old play structure, swings, and inclusive elements addresses identified access gaps for younger children and individuals with disabilities. Design features, including an inclusive merry-go-round and other universally accessible components, fill the citywide gap of having no fully inclusive playground, meeting a major equity need. Installing shade structures addresses community identified priorities and increases usability in a high demand park with heavy year-round visitation. Replacing play chips with rubber surfacing improves safety, accessibility, and long-term maintenance efficiency. Relocating existing circuit course elements improves site function and addresses safety concerns, enhancing access and usability of the entire play area. Collectively, these improvements expand play capacity, improve equitable access, and ensure the playground meets the needs of a rapidly growing population. Next slide, please. The proposed design directly addresses identified accessibility and inclusivity gaps, ensuring the new playground is usable by children of all ages and abilities. New features reduce safety and maintenance concerns, responding to documented issues like worn surfacing and deteriorating equipment. The design is community-driven, demonstrating strong alignment with public input that we received collected through the park planning and engagement efforts. Relocating the existing circuit course addresses a known safety concern, improving the site layout and age-appropriate use. The new play features serve ages 2 to 12, filling the current gap where the existing playground only serves 5 to 12-year-olds. Incorporating a historic Pavilion Park theme strengthens cultural relevance and supports community identity, directly tying the project to local heritage. Next slide, please. The project budget reflects the full replacement and modernization necessary to address extensive deterioration and safety issues identified in the existing playground. Significant investment in play equipment and accessible surfacing directly responds to the community's desire for inclusive multi-age play options and improve safety and accessibility. Costs allocated for site preparation, drainage, irrigation, and landscaping ensure the project addresses longstanding maintenance challenges and improves overall site functionality. Funding for lighting, wayfinding, and site furnishings supports community-identified priorities for comfort, usability, and safety in this high-use park. Budget includes relocation of the existing Fallen Harrow circuit course, improving safety by removing equipment not intended for young children. Next slide, please. The project demonstrates strong community engagement with youth participation and in-person pop-up events that were held directly at Pavilion Park. Engagement activities verify that the project responds to documented community needs rather than staff-driven priorities. Visual evidence of engagement efforts shows meaningful interaction with residents. On-site outreach ensured participation from families and frequent park users, strengthening the connection between the identified needs and the proposed improvements. Next slide, please. Community comments identify Pavilion Park as the centerpiece of Liberty Lake, reinforcing the importance of addressing deficiencies in a high-value, high-use park. Feedback highlights dissatisfaction with the current playground. It's pretty terrible. It's lack of shade, limited features, providing direct evidence of unmet community need. Residents expressed a clear desire for larger structures, better play features, and improved amenities, validating the proposed upgrades. Engagement boards showing preferred play styles and updated priorities confirm strong public demand for enhanced, inclusive, and diverse play options. Next slide, please. The project has strong community and organizational support, evidenced by 6 letters of support submitted for the grant application. Multiple community partners participated throughout the park's master plan process, demonstrating broad stakeholder involvement in shaping project priorities. The presence of established partnerships strengthens the project's justification by showing it is locally supported, collaboratively developed, and responsive to community priorities. Next slide, please. The project uses an existing developed site, minimizing new ground disturbance and emphasizing environmentally responsible park development. Added shade features and new trees support heat mitigation, urban canopy goals, carbon sequestration, and stormwater retention, directly addressing climatic and environmental needs in a high-use park. Social sustainability needs are addressed through improved physical activity opportunities, mental health benefits, and increased walkability, given the park's location near trails and multi-use paths. Reuse of existing site features and avoidance of new land acquisition reflect cost-effective and resource-efficient stewardship. Next slide, please. The project maximizes cost efficiency by using an existing park site, eliminating the need for land acquisition, and reducing overall project expenses. The city has already committed matching funds, demonstrating financial readiness and strong local support. Grant funding would enable the city to move into a phase 2 portion with splash pad improvements at a later time, showing that the project is part of a larger phased investment strategy that leverages prior planning and funding commitments. Reuse of existing infrastructure and the absence of new ground disturbance highlight responsible use of public funds. Next slide, please. And that wraps up my presentation. I'm happy to field any comments or questions.
Great, thank you, Jen. Nice job.
Thank you.
Thoughts from the committee? Corey, go ahead.
Awesome. One, thank you for the application, and I appreciate you showing the photos of the playground deteriorating when you were talking about need. But my question is, do you guys have a playground replacement program or a deferred maintenance plan that you could articulate that might help with kind of the cost efficiencies component?
We don't actually. This is our first park in our newness as a city that we've ended up having to renovate. So this is a new process for us.
Cool. And having a plan like that will help like ensure that, then council kind of has an idea of what they might need to start putting aside for eventual replacement.
I don't think I heard you on that one.
It can help, like that can help like your leadership understand like how much money they need to start setting aside for eventual replacement, that can help our application process. But
I'm so sorry. I think I just lost my connection.
oh no.
Oh, we can hear
I'll
you
type
and
out my
see
notes
you,
as well.
but you can't hear us, Jen? I guess not. We can still see you and hear you, but can you hear us? Here, I'll send her a chat.
Oh,
You can't hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Back?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, Jen, I was just saying if you guys talk about a playground replacement and maintenance plan with your council, that can help you understand like how to set aside dollars, because of course replacing a playground is very expensive and sometimes
we do have a 20-year capital facilities plan that does show future replacements and updates and improvements to our parks. Would that fall in line with that?
Yeah, if you just mention that during the cost efficiencies, that'd be really helpful.
Okay, I can do that.
Thanks. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Two quick comments. In the budget section, you have the whole 1.5 million. It'd be helpful to see or highlight what the grant funds are going to be covering.
Okay.
And then also you have cents in there, and we look at these really fast, so we don't need the cents. The other question is around your partnerships. Have you worked at all with any communities with children with disabilities, or to get feedback on the play structures that you're going to be putting in?
We did go and speak with the schools, the classrooms, especially the younger kids that kind of fall into that 5 to 12, 2 to 12, to get their feedback. And it wasn't specific to kids with disabilities, but there were kids of all kinds in those classes. So we heard from them.
Yeah. So maybe just including that as a piece of the feedback, just because the users themselves gave some sort of feedback.
Okay.
Thank you. Other thoughts, feedback? Melissa, go ahead.
Just a small note, I would recommend numbering the slides for easier reference. So
Okay.
not just the criteria number, but just the individual slide number.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. That can help if we want to like jump back and look at something. They can
Okay.
make note of the slide.
Very good.
Other suggestions? Did you want one of your earlier graphics showed a pretty large splash pad, and sorry if I missed that, but is that a future phase or existing or 'cause I
No,
think this
so
is just the playground, right?
yeah, this is just the playground. We do have an existing splash pad that's currently there. It's a 1,600 square foot, fairly small one. That is could potentially be part of that phase 2 that we're looking at, is to renovating and upgrading our existing splash pad, but that's not on this grant at this time.
Okay. All right, it could help just to make that clear if there's potential shaded out or something to
Phase 2, maybe something like
yeah,
that.
or and also just to clarify, you do have an existing, even if it's a smaller splash pad or something, that's it's a nice amenity.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any other hands. So Jen, thanks so much for joining us. You're going to hear from your grants manager in the next couple of weeks.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll see you in August.
All right.
Okay, bye. All right, next up is Federal Way, moving back to the west side of the state. And it looks like Clarabelle is here to are you presenting, Clarabelle?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Let me get your presentation pulled up. All right, can you see that now?
Yes.
Good. And I could advance the slides for you or hand you remote control. What is your preference?
I'd like to do it myself if possible.
Yeah, sure. Let me find you. There you go. Okay, click on the screen and it should sort of activate your control. There you go. Looks like you got it.
Before we start, Carl, she seemed really quiet on my end. I tried to turn up my volume, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hear her. Can I have her talk a little bit before she gets going?
Good morning.
Oh,
this is Clarabelle. Is it there?
That works.
Yeah.
That works for me.
Thank better. You. Do you have a microphone? I don't know if your headset has a microphone that could be closer or if it.
It's internal. I'll just
okay.
speak as loud as I can.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome all to my project presentation. My name is Clarabelle Orellana, and I am the Capital Project Manager for the City of Federal Way, and I'll be presenting on Sacagawea Park lighting system upgrades. Federal Way is located 14 miles north of Tacoma and 24 miles south of downtown Seattle, bordering the Sound. We are located on the very southwest edge of King County. I have some statistics for you on the screen from 2021 census. Federal Way is estimated at 103,000 people in 2025 based off of Washington Office of Finance and Management. The city has 23 community parks, and this is not including regional parks and open spaces, and these are highlighted in green on the map. And highlighted with the yellow star is Sacagawea Park. And we have a very diverse community with over 111 languages spoken at our Federal Way schools. Sacagawea Park is a total of 18 acres. The project boundary encompasses about 9 acres. And I'd like to note here that the park is for all the community here. However, it is directly shared with Sacagawea Middle School on the left or the west end of the park. Aligning with the City of Federal Way Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces PROS plan, our priorities are to retain and improve existing open spaces, promote a sense of community through park programming and recreation facilities, cultivate new and maintain existing partnerships to create opportunities offered by the city, and thus strengthening our social fabric of the community. Sacagawea Park is within the underserved communities where the median household income is less than the state median income. The city's desire and plan is to update the current lighting system. The system has been in place since 1980. This conceptual map shows the proposed system of the athletic field lighting and the security trail lighting. And in more detail, we want to remove and replace the athletic field lighting system at the soccer field and the baseball, softball field, including the wooden poles. The current lights are 1,000-watt metal halide lights that are below performance standard. We want to update those to 680 watts LED. And for comparison, both produce the same amount of original lumens, which is 100,000 lumens. And install security trail lighting at the connector trail. This trail is about 2,128 feet and meanders through the park and is a thoroughway for students to and from Sacagawea Middle School and other city pedestrian trails. Currently, there is no security lighting on this trail. And immediacy of threat. The most immediate concerns are the ballast replacements and the deteriorating wooden poles. If we were to have a failure, the fixture becomes inoperable, compatible replacements may no longer be available, and used and refurbished parts may become the only option. And manufacturers are rapidly shifting production towards LED lighting systems. So the replacement lamps and ballasts are becoming harder to source. Lead times are increasing, and many suppliers now treat metal halide components as specialty or legacy items. Also, the wooden poles. The wood pole integrity has been compromised, and we've addressed these with braces. There's one there, and then there's some in these pictures here. Best long-term solution is for overall replacement. These schematics of the lighting system, these are the proposed. The soccer field is a retrofit and poles will be reused. The LED lights will provide such a better coverage at the baseball field, many of the existing poles will no longer be needed. And the security trail lighting will be connected to other city projects in the works. And I have a diagram here. The middle section has already been completed, and the north and south ends are scheduled for this year. This path will connect and provide non-motorized access to the City of Federal Way City Center and also Des Moines local center. And these projects together are intended to revitalize this park. This is our high-level contractor cost estimate based on current conditions and assuming the work to start in summer 2027. Materials only for soccer field is about $150K, and the baseball field is about $250K. Labor includes field investigations for conduit work, pole foundation designs, delivery of materials, installation of poles, light fixtures, controllers, disposal, and initial programming and training. The material prices have been locked down with some options to determine, and I'm focusing more on labor costs. The city has gathered input through the city's Grow Our Parks website, and the survey was handed out to various community groups, and it was published in 4 languages: English, Korean, Spanish, and Russian. The survey asked the following type of questions: if they participate in sports or programs with the city, why or why not, what type of activities they participate at city parks, and what types of activities they would like to see more of. This is a word cloud that depicts the park popularity based on survey responses, and Sacagawea Park is included in there. Some feedback that we have received with Sacagawea Park is that the lighting is noticeably dim. And due to the continuous dim lighting feedback and known concerns we have for the outdated lighting equipment and worn out light poles, we have made this a project priority for the city and for Parks Department. This is for safety, sustainability, playability, and overall user enjoyment. And this includes the trail safety during dawn and dusk hours. Our partnerships. Federal Way Soccer Association is one of our biggest users, as well as our ongoing partnership with Sacagawea Middle School. I've also included PSC, Puget Sound Energy, and Washington Fish and Wildlife, because we are collaborating and re-nesting our osprey friend here. This nest has been at Sacagawea Park for years on a wooden light pole that needs to be taken down for safety reasons. Sustainability. The soccer field will be designed to go from 44 lights to 40 LED with a 57% energy consumption savings. And the baseball softball design will go from 144 lights down to 46 LED lights with a 78% energy savings and thus cost savings as well. LED lights maintain their output over time. Metal halide lights do not. And these would last up to 66,000 hours, which roughly is about 30 years. The example picture on the left shows a difference between the old fading metal halide lights versus the right, a new LED lighting system. Also to mention, metal halide lights do contain mercury, so it's time for them to go. To contribute to this project, we are dedicating our maintenance team and equipment on mobilization and installation of the security trail lighting and any other coordination needed with the main contractor. We also have regular nonprofit groups and community groups that can partake on the cleanup and restoration efforts. Federal Way Public Schools often contribute to shared park systems as well as their budget allows. And I did include the collaboration with PSC as they will be funding the osprey relocation. And that concludes my presentation. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'm open to questions.
Great, thank you, Clarabelle. All right, suggestions. David, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It'd be helpful to understand a little bit more of the programming of the baseball fields and the soccer fields, particularly in light of the relationship with the school. So to try to understand how this is a community facility, and that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Good question. Thanks, David. Mary, go ahead, and then Corey.
One kudo, I really liked your budget table. It does need to be a little bit bigger. It was kind of hard to read. But I did like the way it was laid out. You were very clear on what the grant was being requested funds for. And you also showed your matching funds down below. So I really like that clarity there. And then my second point was, you have an osprey nest. You're working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I assume the Migratory Bird Office. Are you going to replace that nest? Are you going to relocate the nest? Or do you have that information? I know it's kind of not really included in the grant process, but more curiosity here.
Yes, we have our contacts with PSC and Fish and Wildlife, and it will be relocated right on the park because they are territory. So it'll stay on the park, just in a place where it's not in the way of the field, and people can still enjoy watching them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Go ahead, Corey, and then Ann.
Well, Mary took my Osprey question. I was just hoping that that was going to be retained in the park, and there's some cool programming things you can do with that, of course. My suggestion would be that the maps that you had kind of throughout were all very small. I think there's opportunity for you to use more of the white space on your slide deck, and it'll make it a lot easier for us to read them. Just make sure that we can read all the labels on everything, and you're taking up as much space in there as you can.
Thank you. When I forgot the word, optimized the PowerPoint, the clarity was reduced. So I do plan on increasing that as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ann, and then Rebecca.
So some of my other comments have been addressed, but I did want to point out that you spent some time on immediacy of threat, and that is something that only applies to projects with acquisition,
Okay,
land acquisition. So you can use your time on other topics.
thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yep, and I was going to suggest that immediacy of threat section should go to local priorities. And then my other question was around the security lighting. Do you have any data or reasoning around why you need security lighting on that path? Like, have there been any incidents, or is there any like, it's a very expensive lighting feature to add in? So just if there's some rationale behind that. You have great rationale around the ball fields, but there's very little with the trail. So adding some more in there might be helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jeff, and then Cameron.
Yeah, and maybe I missed this, but there was something listing the budget amount as volunteer dollars in kind of thing, and I didn't know what that was. So if you just maybe want to highlight that, if you maybe you didn't, I missed it. But other thing was you talked about some of the lighting types as mentioned for the ball field, but yeah, nothing with security lighting. Also, I would mention the maintenance cost of relamping. I know that it's outrageous to get a lift out there and try to do that, and so that's a cost saving. It's an efficiency too.
Thank you.
Well, good point. Thanks, Jeff. Cameron, go ahead.
Nice job. I think something early on in the presentation would be nice to know is how many polls and like the different types. You had it at the end, but I know throughout the presentation, I was kind of curious about that. Maybe on like slide, I don't know, it was somewhere early on. And then I think people already mentioned the size of the text. And someone might have mentioned who's using the fields, but it would be nice if that wasn't already in the presentation or if it wasn't already asked to understand who are the users, like are there like Little League or whoever.
Thank you.
And then I think, oh, another thing, you do have a lot of facts that are really good, and they include numbers. And I know for me, for my brain, it's good to see those on screen. And so if you do have some additional space on your slides, it'd be nice to see that on the slide too.
Thank you.
All right, great job.
Thanks, Cameron. Other thoughts from the committee? All right. Thank you, Clarabelle. Sounds like you got some good feedback there for you. And your grant manager will be in touch with some additional comments as well. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
All righty. Have a good day.
Likewise.
All right. We have arrived 10 o'clock at our break. Perfect. So come on back in 15 minutes and we will keep rolling with Anderson Island.
All right.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Good morning, Belen. Is that how you say your name?
It's Belen.
Belen, okay. Welcome, Belen. And you're presenting for Anderson Island Park District?
I am.
Okay, great. Let me get your presentation pulled up. Okay, can you see that?
There it is. Yes.
All right.
Fair warning, our internet here is kind of sad, but today I've got a whopping 16 down and 2.5 up, so I think we'll be okay.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's
just-
island living,
Right,
right?
just let me know. You guys are doing the presenting, so I think that's gonna help.
Yeah, I could. You want me to advance your slides for you? Would that help? Or I could pass control.
No, I should be okay on that.
Okay, well, let me
Yeah, you can pass control. I should be okay on that.
All right. Let me find you on the list here.
Carl, sometimes it helps if they have internet trouble, if they turn off their video, just to make sure that the audio is, we get the audio.
Yep.
For
yep,
sure.
that's a
I
good
will do
point. Yeah,
that.
if it starts. Yeah. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen and that should activate your control of the PowerPoint. Yep, looks like you're moving the mouse around.
Perfect.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today. We always appreciate the technical review in the other grant processes that we've done. I've never done a technical review or I've never done a grant presentation, so I would love whatever feedback you guys have on that front. So to get us started, where I apologize. I thought I had a handle on this. Stop my video.
It looks like there's a little delay. I could try advancing the slides just to see if it's any quicker. Want me to do that?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, let's do that. I'll take back
everything.
control. Okay, there we go. Just say next slide and I'll advance it for you.
Perfect. I'm still catching up. There we go. All right, so let's hit that second slide.
Okay, regional location.
Yeah, so Anderson Island is the southernmost island in the Puget Sound, tucked away down there, completely surrounded by Nisqually Reach, which makes it a ecologically sensitive area pretty much all around. We have ferry service only from the mainland in Steilacoom, and you can go ahead and advance to the next slide. And within the island, it's about 8 miles, 8 miles total, 8 square miles total. And what we're looking at is a acquisition of 43.9 acres, kind of in the heart of the island. It is adjacent to the Ida Ulsh Park that we already own, and it would continue to expand for what we have been referring to for probably 50 years as the dream of Central Park. Can go to the next one. So the goal of Central Park is twofold, really. First, just the opportunity to expand passive recreation, trails, nature education, wildlife observation, while protecting a really special part of the island. Schoolhouse Creek is the only creek on the island. It was historically salmon bearing, and we've spent a lot of years trying to restore it so that we would see salmon return. This particular project would offer us two very different gifts to our community. One would be kind of our first community park, which I'll get into a little later. And the other would be just the ability to observe a riparian and wetland ecosystem that hasn't been touched pretty much since the first logging on the island. Next one. So before I dive into anything more, it's kind of useful to understand what we have here on Anderson Island. It's really doing more with less. We are accessible only by ferry. We have very limited services. Some of you might have seen the news stories that currently we don't even have a general store. Not fun. We do have a population of about 1,500 full-time folks, but in the summer, we are a really popular destination. So we end up with 5,000 plus folks in the summer looking for recreation. Our population is 75% over 60 and 60% below the median income, with 23% of those below the poverty line. What that translates into is a lot of folks who can't afford to pop off and on the island to go do recreational things. So we try very hard to develop a park system that gives people a lot of access to the wild beauty that we have here. That being said, our park district is independently run. So it's not under Pierce County, it's not under the state, it's just us, which is 5 unpaid board members, no paid staff. And now we've got a whopping budget of about $310,000 a year, which is exciting because it was about 170 before we got our levy lift. All that to be said, it's kind of like stepping back into the 1960s over here. We really tend to be pretty self-sufficient and try to make the most of what we can. And what that means is a little bit goes a really long way for doing things here on the island. Next slide. So one of the big gaps we have in our park system, we've got 460 acres, we've got 10 miles of trails, we've got 2 aging playgrounds, which flash us back to the 70s. It's pretty fun. And we've got a swimming hole, which is a very popular park. But we don't have anything like a community park that you would see in a regional park or anything that is more suited to sort of denser population use. And the reason for that is we really haven't had a property that was the right fit for that. We've got lots and lots of beautiful, woodlands and waterfront and a few spots where we've been able to put playgrounds, but we haven't gotten anything that just made obvious sense for creating a bigger and more in-depth centralized recreation area. Next slide. So the current state of these properties is that they are both privately, or all 4 are privately owned, split between 2 families. The one on the top you'll see is on the east side of those parcels. It is a big, clear, open field. Sometimes, actually every year, the Anderson Island Parade lines up in there so that they can gather before they do their parade. On the bottom, these are pictures from the west 2 parcels that are 40 acres of riparian habitat around Schoolhouse Creek. Next slide. Where this fits in, the Pierce County Comprehensive Plan definitely indicates that they want open space prioritized to acquire for wildlife sanctuary, installing informational and interpretive signage. And under that open space, you'll see in that map on the left, all of the green is considered Pierce County open space that they would like to see restored and conserved. So this particular acquisition does a lot to fulfill Pierce County's ideas for how they would like open space to be conserved and used. And they specifically also mention Greenbelt Park trail systems and encouraging public education. Next slide. Our comprehensive plan, the mission statement to preserve open space and habitat and greenbelt, as well as providing recreational opportunities. Specifically, in our long-term goals, we know we want more properties along Schoolhouse Creek to continue to conserve it and restore it. We want to promote native flora and wildlife observation and conservation education for all ages, and we want to develop additional recreation activities and facilities for adults and children. Our next update is going to be in 2028, and we have a lot more that we're going to be adding and developing for that particular comprehensive plan update. Next slide. All right, so the project scope, the eastern parcels on the left there, you can see the big open field that is most of the 2 parcels that we have in this potential acquisition. It's about 3.5 acres total. It's on level ground. It already has electricity and water. It's 85% cleared, and it's across from our 1 commercial zone. It was zoned commercially originally, and I think in the 2010 census coming out of that, it got rezoned by Pierce County to rural 10 because they felt like we had too much commercial zoning for our population size. Next slide. The dream for this particular area on that east side is to create something much more like a regional park for the Islanders. We really would like to lean into the idea of creating something like an education amphitheater, probably smaller than the one you're seeing here at Nisqually, but similar in concept. We've got places where people can gather for concerts and shows and venues like that, but something structured like this for informal education would be really lovely for the community and appropriate to the size that we have. We'd like to do some playground things or all ages kids things, probably some sort of nature play, maybe a playground. Also, we get a lot of requests for like a skate park or something kind of for the older kids. And the pump track is actually a really great idea. This was in a park in Colorado. So it can be for bikes or scooters or skateboards. It's kind of aimed at younger kids to just kind of have a very small footprint recreation opportunity there to have. This would be our first chance to build actual ADA accessible bathrooms in a centralized location. We pretty much rely on porta potties, and we've got some nice compostable toilets in a couple of spots. But I was looking at Owen Beach's recent remodel for those single stall ADA bathrooms that was done in the recent renovation. And something akin to that on the backside of the interpretive center could be, or the amphitheater, it could be a really nice benefit to the community as a whole. And then we'd really like to do a lot with interpretive sign stations. This particular covered hex pattern seemed really great, both for as sort of a parks inventory for us, for people to learn about the parks and what is available and what they're for, as well as education around the creek and our conservation efforts and the wildlife, flora and fauna of the island. Next parcel. Or sorry, next slide. For the western parcels, it is 40 acres with a gulch in the center of it where Schoolhouse Creek is at the bottom, riparian and wetland habitats, and another 1,500 feet of Schoolhouse Creek. It is beautiful and wild and untouched. You got a little, I threw in my bird count from Merlin for, I think, 3 minutes of standing there in the middle of this particular set of parcels. It's really lovely, and it's a great example of a space where we can do a lot of education in a very small space for these sorts of habitats. Next slide. So we were really very inspired by the raised walkways that contain enthusiastic visitors, much like Nisqually and other places. I don't know that we do wood. That's a lot of maintenance. I think we're going to look for solutions that might endure a little better over time. But the idea being that we can do sort of low impact trails leading in, and then once we hit the wetlands areas, we can switch to raised walkways. observation platforms, good nature education signage. I'd love to, in some of these observation platforms, get some whiteboards for birding lists so people can write down what birds they've recently seen. I feel like that's a really fun interactive activity. Honestly, this is in its very early stages of conception. We've been down into this property with permission once or twice, and it's got a long way to go before we'll know exactly what it looks like, but it seems like this plan on the right is at least in the ballpark of what we're hoping to do, which is at the bottom, you see in purple the existing trail at the Ivy Elsh Park. Figuring out how to connect that in to potentially some ADA parking and observation viewpoints with low impact trails in black and then raised walkways in yellow, maybe more raised walkways than that. We want to limit how much access we give to the creek because we do want to keep that, a good, safe, happy place for wildlife. So, kind of dead ending in some observation stations. We could expand that over time if we feel like that's a good thing for everybody. Next slide. So the immediacy of our threat is really more of opportunity. These 4 parcels are owned by 2 families. The Ulsh family, we purchased ID Ulsh Park in 2018 from ID Ulsh's brother. She had already passed away. She was a past president of Seattle's Audubon Society. She was an avid naturalist and ornithologist and native plants, the whole 9 yards. So she was very excited to hear about what we were looking to do. By the time we implemented all of it, she had already passed. But you'll see the family picture there on the left is her brother and his family that came out for the dedication of the park. They own the 40 acres with all of the riparian forest and the stream. Victor and his sister are kind of the last of the family that are really connected to the island. The Ulsh's extended family got these parcels in 1880, and they've passed them down through generations. They've really leaned into the fact that Anderson Island was a really special place. They chose purposefully not to develop it in any way for housing or selling those parcels where they could be logged. And they were very excited to have the parks acquire what became ID Ulsh Park. They did at that time intend for us to eventually get the other 40 acres, but as the older generation ages out, the younger generation, I think, needs some convincing. So we kind of have a limited window here where we could potentially acquire this in a more straightforward fashion. The Farrell families, the matriarch of that family, Leanne Farrell, just passed away in 2025. And her family had been on the island since the 1960s. They had developed one of our smaller waterfront communities. They helped put in the electricity poles in the 1960s when the power finally made it to the island. So she had a deep connection to the island. Her parents are buried here. Her first and second husbands are buried here. She's buried here. She never called it a full-time residence, but she and her family really wanted to conserve a lot of parcels on the island, and they do own quite a bit of the island. Again, she was very devoted to conservation here. Her kids are less connected. We're just kind of in that phase where the old guard is starting to go, and the younger generations aren't as solidly connected to the island. That Farrell property on the east side, it was rezoned back to R10 from commercial. So we're at a point now where, it's obviously never going to be developed commercially, but it is a cleared parcel with water and electricity. So theoretically, it could be purchased for use for a home development.
Hey, Belan,
And
you're
yeah,
several minutes over time. So, and I know you got some more criteria to get through. So if you could sort of quickly just move through the next few slides so we can see the rest of it would be great.
sure. Absolutely. Okay, so next slide. Um, the site suitability, it's at the core of the island. Some of it's build ready, extension of the existing park, and it increases our stewardship of the creek up to 50%. Pretty much the best of both worlds. Next slide. As far as project engagement, we're pretty much engaging constantly with the community at large. You can see there some of the methods that we use to connect with them and let them know what's going on. Next slide. Our 2014 survey really prioritized open space, buffer, wildlife habitat, trails, hiking opportunities, but also some of those more regional park ideas on the left. Next survey is going to be 2027, going into our comprehensive plan revision. Next slide. And then we do have a lot of partnerships. We've been working with South Puget Sound Salmon Enhancement on Aldo Creek. Pierce County is behind us 100%. We collaborate a lot on projects. And then DNR has written us a really nice letter of recommendation from the aquatic reserve side, and Nisqually Land Trust supports a lot of the stuff that we do, especially with this. And ACAB is the Anderson Island Citizens Advisory Board that advises Pierce County, and they have written a lovely letter of recommendation for us as well. Next slide. Quickly, the current phase is acquisition. We also are looking to get Pierce County conservation futures that we're applying for, and we've got a private donation in hand that is helping fund acquisitions. We've got a lot to get through in the future. I am applying for the PRA grant in 2026 to help us come up with a master plan. We also have our levy funds and island businesses and donations of materials and labor. We also have an anonymous donor who wants to pay for development of Central Park. So that's one of the reasons we're trying to move ahead with this. Next slide. And that's it. Now we're at the Q&A. Obviously, tighten it up.
Yes, yeah, you clearly have a wealth of knowledge and history about this project. So I would suggest writing a script just to stay on track, so you don't. The history is fascinating, interesting, but somewhat unnecessary. So just kind of stay on track with the criteria.
Got it.
Yeah, because you'll just have the 12 minute. We're a little flexible now, technical review, but you'll just have 12 minutes in evaluation.
Okay.
So, any thoughts, suggestions on this acquisition? Rebecca, and then Anne.
Yeah, thank you very much. Exciting opportunity for you guys. I would just, as far as the reducing the getting through the slides, I would recommend a lot of the stuff you put in scope is not stuff that's actually in scope for this particular grant. Like all of the potential uses of the park were actually not. It looks like this is really just about acquiring the property. So you could just do one quick slide of like your vision, but focus in on the rest, so that you can get through the rest of it, the property and what you're getting with it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Anne.
Yeah, thank you. So kind of similar. I was questioning how like the nature play and the pump track fits in with your demographics, which I heard was as 75% over the age of 60. So I'm all in favor of like park land, more is better, but I felt like that kind of worked against you of how you may use it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can work in the fact that with all these grandparents, we have grandchildren visiting constantly. So
definitely need to talk about that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And then if you have any, like survey data or anything that supports that that's a use that's wanted. The other thing, the immediacy of threat section, it seemed like there's maybe not like an imminent threat that is going to be sold, but you're just kind of thinking maybe. So I guess the more urgent it is, the better it is for you as far as scoring points on that one.
Right.
Thanks, Anne. David, go ahead.
Yeah, it was mentioned earlier, but about talking about the future stuff. But I was actually left wondering, with such a small budget and all volunteers, how you actually will pull off development of the thing if it's acquired. So I think you need to maybe not talk about the details, but talk about how development and maintenance of these properties would happen if acquired. So I'd be curious about that.
Great, thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks, David. All right, any final thoughts? Ann, go ahead.
One more is just to number the slides. Slide 1, slide 2.
Oh, yeah. In addition to numbering the criteria, just have
Yes.
Yep.
Got it.
Good, thanks. All right, well, thanks so much for joining us. You'll get written comments as well when your grants manager returns your application. So, and then we'll see you in a couple of months for evaluation.
Perfect. Thanks so much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, next up, moving to Puyallup. Looks like Bradley Lake Park. And Cody, are you presenting this one?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Let me pull up your PowerPoint. Operating. The other way. There we go. Can you see that now?
Yes, I can see that. And then, Carl, you're going to run the slides. So just say next slide between slides.
I can certainly do that unless you'd rather advance them yourself. Whatever your preference is fine.
Yep. I'm happy to advance myself if that works.
Okay. Yeah, let me just find you in my list. There you are. All right, click on the screen there and it should activate your control.
Oh, yep.
All right. We'll go right ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. My name is Cody Geddes. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director here at the City of Puyallup. And I'm just introducing the Bradley Lake Park Playground Development Project that replaces the aging playground with the new inclusive play space for children of all abilities. Bradley Lake Park is located in Puyallup, Washington, a well-established community here within Pierce County. The City of Puyallup has approximately 43,730 as of 2025. Growth is steady, projected to be around 50,000 residents by 2030. With the continued growth, demand for parks and recreation spaces is increasing. The project site is the playground located within Bradley Lake Park, a 59-acre park featuring a 12-acre lake. The original Bradley Lake Park playground was installed in 2004 and expanded in 2008. While it has served the community well, it is now aging and no longer meets modern inclusive design standards. The current site condition is the existing play equipment is showing significant signs of aging and wear. As you can see from the photos here, there's visible deterioration and the play equipment is aging, weathered, and damaged after more than 20 years of use. There are limited inclusive and sensory play features remaining and restricting meaningful play opportunities for all users. The current surfacing is worn down and not fully accessible for children with mobility devices. The current accessible ramp is located very close to the park entrance and parking lot, which creates a bit of a safety concern for parents. Swings are most popular feature, but are limited in number, leading to overcrowding and safety concerns from displaced engineered wood fiber surfacing. There's also other play or swings within the other play area that kind of create hazards as well. And we'll show pictures of that. These conditions lead to 3 project goals focused on inclusion, access, and community connection, fostering shared experiences by creating a space where children of all abilities can play together through cooperative play features, expanding accessibility by ensuring that play features are usable for children with a wide range of abilities, and incorporating community input to ensure that the design reflects local needs and priorities. The project expands recreation opportunities at Bradley Lake Park with a focus on inclusive and engaging play. It provides a range of play experiences, including accessible, self-directed, sensory-rich, and social play opportunities. A review of recreation opportunities within a 5-mile radius of Bradley Lake Park shows limited access to inclusive and accessible playgrounds. The nearest accessible playgrounds are Rainier View Park and Loyalty Park, both located in the city of Sumner. There are approximately 20 school playgrounds within the service area, but they are typically closed outside of school hours, limiting consistent public access. Puyallup School District locks their playgrounds after school hours. Bradley Lake Park is one of the most popular parks in Puyallup, with approximately 100,000 visitors annually based on a study conducted by Cobalt Research in 2025 using cell phone data. The park's proximity to surrounding residential neighborhoods supports consistent daily use as a convenient destination for families, and the playground experiences steady demand year-round, with higher use during after-school hours, weekends, school holidays, and during sporting events at the park. Bradley Lake Park serves families from across Pierce County, so looking at countywide data helps demonstrate the broader need for inclusive recreation beyond just Puyallup. In Pierce County, approximately 13% of residents live with a disability, with about 5.5% of students ages 5 to 17 reporting a disability. Nearly 2,000 children are enrolled in DDA services, reflecting a strong need for inclusive community spaces. Community feedback from the 2026 Puyallup Pros Plan survey highlights the following park priorities: maintaining existing parks, preserving wildlife habitat and open space, and updating existing parks. This project directly aligns with all 3 of those priorities by improving an existing playground within its current footprint and enhancing safety, accessibility, and play value. The project also supports key City Pros Plan policies. Access is improved through a fully inclusive playground designed for all abilities. Diverse recreation is supported through varied sensory-rich and cooperative play opportunities. Community involvement is reflected through input gathered during the Pros Plan, survey, and project outreach. Improvements include new rubber surfacing, updated play equipment, and improved site accessibility and organization. The design provides a range of recreation opportunities, including accessible, self-directed, sensory-rich, and social play experiences. Existing engineered wood fiber surfacing will replace the poured-in-place rubber surfacing to improve accessible for users of all abilities. A dedicated, separated swing zone will be created to improve safety and better organize high-use areas. No major changes will be made to the surrounding landscape or park footprint, with all work occurring within the existing playground area. The main play structure will include the sensory ramps with ground level sensory panels designed for children of all abilities. The inclusive roller table provides universal access at ground level, supporting participation without barriers. There will be another sensory ramp connected to the Skywalk cord climber, providing accessible routes to multiple play levels. The dedicated swing zone is separated from the main play area and includes inclusive swing options for users of all abilities. The SpinMax pod supports sensory regulation through enclosed spinning play designated for self-regulation, and the Celebration spinner is flush to the ground and allows for wheelchair access without transfer ramps. The Freenote Harmony Park provides ADA accessible musical play features and panel games that do not require climbing and support inclusive sensory engagement. This design responds to the identified need by improving access to inclusive play with highly used community park. It remains within the existing site footprint, preserving open space and avoiding environmental impacts from expansion. The layout improves circulation and organization through defined play zones and clearer site flow, supported by accessible surfacing and routes. Here we have a breakdown of estimated costs for the project within the overall budget, coming in at just over $1 million, including tax. Community engagement informed project development through multiple outreach methods that reached a broad cross-section of our community. Methods include City Council and Parks Commission presentations, 2 community open houses, social media outreach via Facebook and Instagram, and an online public survey. One of the key tools we used to gather community feedback was our online public survey, which included concept photos and a 3D flyover to help participants visualize the proposed design. A total of 1,120 survey responses were received. 91% supported moving forward with playground development, 90% were satisfied with a variety of play and level of challenge, and 87% rated the playground designs positively. Community input played a key role in shaping the project design and ensuring it reflects local needs and priorities. We took feedback received from the disability community from our previous Van Leeuwen Park project and used it to shape this project. Input from the Puyallup School District physical therapist provided valuable insight into opportunities to further enhance accessibility. The City of Puyallup Parks Board supported the overall vision for upgrading and improving the existing playground. Community input was incorporated into the final design through several key priorities. These included a fully accessible surfacing, expanded inclusive play opportunities, and increased swing capacity. An important part of this project is the history behind the existing playground known as Savannah's Place. The 2008 renovation was made possible through the efforts of Karen Vinovich, who helped raise awareness and secure donations to create an inclusive play space inspired by her daughter, Savannah. Karen and Savannah have remained engaged throughout the redevelopment process. They have attended both of our community open houses and gave us great feedback on design concepts. Vinovich family expressed their support for the project and for the future of Bradley Lake Park. To honor this history, the city is planning to include a commemorative plaque at the new playground, recognizing Karen and Savannah's contribution and the origins of Savannah's Place. Key community partners include Wildwood Park PTA, Puyallup Kiwanis, and the Estates of Bradley Lake Park Homeowners Association. These partners have supported the project by reviewing design concepts during development and providing letters of support. This project supports the city's sustainability goals by balancing ecological, social, and economic factors in both design and materials. Rubber surfacing made from recycled materials helps reduce environmental impact. The design preserves all existing trees and maintains the park's current landscape, minimizing disturbances to natural areas. The playground is designed to be inclusive and accessible for users of all abilities. The space encourages social interaction, shared play, and active lifestyles. A 30-year lifespan of the playground reduces long-term replacement and maintenance costs, and improved playground helps attract visitors, supporting local activity and spending nearby. This project also demonstrates several cost efficiencies through community support and donations of in-kind contributions. The Puyallup Rotary Club is committed to a $1,000 donation to support the project. Existing fencing will be preserved, reducing demolition and replacement costs. Durable design elements will lower long-term maintenance expenses, and we are planning on hosting volunteer wood chip cleanup event during the demolition. All existing landscaping and tree canopy will be maintained, and additional community and partner support is still being pursued as the project moves forward. In closing, this project delivers an inclusive and accessible playground shaped by identified need, community input, and strong local support. It creates a safe, engaging, and equitable place environment that expands recreation opportunities for children of all abilities across the region. We appreciate your time and consideration of our proposal. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Cody. Exactly 12 minutes.
Woo. How about that?
Timer just went off. Nice job. All right. Thoughts from the committee? Anne and then Melissa.
Maybe I missed it. Did you show the distance to a similar playground, like how far other playgrounds are in this, from this one? If you didn't, that would be a great thing to show.
Okay.
And then the other thing is that most of your slides, like that one we are just on, most of your slides tell us which criteria it is, but a few of them didn't. And it would be really helpful to have all of them show which criteria it is, because we're watching a lot of projects and it can be just really helpful to help us stay on track and make it easy for us. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no problem.
Good. Thanks, Anne. Go ahead, Melissa.
I had a couple questions. So I know on slide 4, you talk about the safety concerns, but if there's any data that can back that up, or any sort of survey responses, I think that would be helpful. I also found slide 9 was very helpful. I appreciated the data. And then slide 13, you talk about wood fiber replacing rubber, if I caught you correctly. And I'm not sure exactly what you mean, so if you could just make that more apparent. Because in my mind, when I think about wood fiber at a playground, I'm probably not thinking about what you're trying to convey. So just, I guess,
Just call it wood chips.
Yeah, if it's wood chips, it's wood chips, right?
Yep. No problem.
Yeah, so and wood chips are accessible but not one of the best. And then slide 20, I would recommend breaking out what the grant will actually cover in it's your budget slide. And then I had a question in regard to equitable access to your public engagement responses. It seems like you did a lot of online engagement outside of just the normal planning commission and city council. So what was the actual equitable access for those who might not have internet access? And did you guys do any sort of community engagement for other languages besides English? And then also, did you guys reach out to any local inclusive partners, or any local organizations that kind of center around that? So those were just a couple of my questions.
Great.
Thanks,
Yeah, we
Melissa.
can address those.
Good, thanks. Anne, go ahead.
I just wanted to go back to the wood chip question, because I also heard it as you're replacing poured in place with wood fiber, but the pictures didn't look like that. So I don't know if I heard you wrong, if you misspoke, or if you can clarify.
I think I
what you
misspoke.
meant.
Yeah, what you
Okay.
see on the pictures is we're replacing wood fiber with, or wood chips with poured in place.
Okay, that's
unified
what I would have
surfacing.
expected, and that's not what I heard. So okay.
Yeah,
So
sorry
that
about
was
that.
just kind of
I
confusing.
think it was my fault.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And technically in the industry, it is called engineered wood fiber. It's a special kind of wood chip. And it's designed to kind of intermingle and provide that, fall safety and that sort of thing, but it is much more challenging to maintain safety and accessibility and that sort of thing. So, but yeah, it looks like this will all be poured in place, right, Cody?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, any other final thoughts for Puyallup? All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
See you back here in August.
Great.
Okay. All right, next up, moving to Mattawa. And who is here presenting for?
Hello, this is Juan with the City of Mattawa. How are you doing?
Hey, Juan, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Let me get your PowerPoint pulled up. If it will, there you go. Looks like it's cooperating again. Security alert, okay. Clear that. Good. Can you see that?
Yeah, I
Full
can,
screen?
yes. Yep.
Excellent. And I could pass you controls if you prefer, or I could advance your slides, whatever you like.
Yeah, I'll just say next slide. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. I'll do that for you. And whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right. Well, hello, my name is Juan Ledesma from the City of Mattawa, and I'm here presenting on our first potentially our first RCO application and potentially our very first permanent park at our restroom. Uh, all right, next slide. So Mattawa is located at the southern end of Grant County in central Washington along the Columbia River. We are approximately 20 miles south of the Vantage Bridge, and we're surrounded by hydropower, Wampum Dam and Priest Rapids Dam. You know, many would say we're in the middle of nowhere, but more fitting, it's described that we're in the middle or center of everything. Next slide. So Mattawa is agriculturally is a dependent community. Agriculture, at least to Mattawa, is the economic backbone, with over 80% of our residents working in agricultural related work. This includes local orchards that produce apples, apricots, cherries, pears, peaches, nectarines, you know, anything that grows on a tree and it that is can withstand some heat. Um, Vineyards and farm producing crops such as alfalfa, timothy, potatoes, asparagus, and onions, which is now is the season for asparagus. So we have a packing shed near. And I guess to describe the Mattawa community in three words would be hardworking, humble, and united. Next slide. So Mattawa's population is nearly 4,000, with seasonal fluctuations of up to a thousand more or 2,000 more, really depending on how much agriculture and seasonal farm working families come into the areas, and or we have a lot of H-2A visa contractors that are agricultural workers that come from other areas in the country, and or and internationally, some from Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, um, Jamaica, so that it really fluctuates. Mattawa is our only park, and the preliminary census is Hispanic, with 98% of residents identifying as or 95%, 98% of residents identifying as Hispanic and 95% of households speaking Spanish at home. It is again our only park, and it's approximately 5 acres, and it's fully irrigated. It has green space. It features a playground, a gazebo, skate park, 2 basketball courts, and like I mentioned, the green space that's used for volleyball and soccer, and has outdoor uh, recreation and activities for events there. Um, the park is also home to our Mattawa Public Library, which is our nation's first straw bale public library. And it's still holding up there. The walls are super thick, really insulated there. Next slide. So our local priorities, you know, is deemed we're a small rural farm working town in central Washington, and with that comes some challenges as well. So our we have a low to moderate income rate of 63% and an average household income of just 48,614. And as you can see, it's below the state and county averages. So that poses a challenge, even on the collecting of funds or resources such as taxes, or being able to aggregate these resources to fund a full project. Next slide. And the household side. So Mattawa has a higher than average persons per household. Mattawa is fairly saturated with over 60% of households being household size being four or more, significantly, 3 times as higher than the state, and even the county, which means and typically we see this by the number of vehicles to a house as well. We drive around, we see anywhere from 4 to 6 cars, maybe even 8 cars at times, and it just varies because you have different generations working there. Whether it's the parents, now it's the son and daughter, and now they are working as well, and having either at times multiple families per household. So we do have a large number of that, which means when it's time to go out to the park, it's quite a large number of visitors to the park there. So next slide. So our project scope is essentially through this facility improvements at a permanent restroom at a park. Currently we have a porta potty, and we would like permanent restrooms there. We've had a lot of residents, visitors, and organizations kind of ask, where's the restroom, and us pointing them to the porta potty. It's not the best seen view there. We do have events at our park. During those times, we do have local porta potty companies that donate and bring in more to facilitate the event and make it happen. But typically we have one and or two at our park during peak season. But again, they're not the most hygienic, and are not in the best condition as well. Next slide. So our project design fit development, this was a piece from our pros plan. Our Parks and Recreation and Open Space Plan, and had extensive community input. One of the higher ranked improvements was bathrooms, specifically bathrooms that are accessible to children, which is our participators of the park through the playground and our skate park there and basketball court. And it just this really reflects what the community is looking at. I mean, we have the space there, and bathrooms is a higher priority for, we have a splash pad that came in second, but definitely hearing the parents out of, I take my children to the park, and they have to go to the restroom before we leave and after we get back from the park. So that, and the timing of that has to be right, or else we're running into some accidents. But yeah, next slide. Project design fit development. So again, this is in our pros plan. It complements the area. We have a park that is 5 acres, that it's at our entrance of our city corridor, and it's used for all sorts of events, and the biggest one being soccer in the evening, when students are out of our school. But it is designed to be accessible for all our amenities at the park. Next slide. So with the budget, we did look at different styles and designs. The city evaluated the project, explored ways to make it feasible. Restroom construction costs were reviewed. Restroom facilities are costly and can vary significantly depending on the size, design, accessibility requirements of the building. And despite these challenges, the city was able to provide the required 10% match for the project. When looking at this project here, we wanted to make sure that we wouldn't just be able to build it, but maintain it for generations to come there. And so the goal is to construct a restroom that is functional, accessible, durable, low maintenance, and the ongoing maintenance and operation would be performed by the city's public work department, which consists of currently 4 full-time staff members responsible for the cleaning, repairs, snow removal, and other room-related maintenance, bathroom, restroom-related activities, maintenance activities there. And again, placing it in an area where it's accessible from the gazebo to the playground to the basketball courts to our skate park and even just the green space there. Again, they're fairly costly. I didn't realize how costly they were, and so this is something that that you hear about, but as you look into the numbers and really see from the power water connections, it's fairly costly there, and so having again 2 stalls there instead of having 20 stalls, we don't basically what the need is restrooms, and ideally the more stalls the better, but staying within our city means. And next slide. Okay, project engagement method. So the city holds multiple events at the park, such as Easter egg hunt, community days, movies at the park during the summer, which we have one in our next one's coming up here in June. Yard sale events, trunk or treat, winter festival, community days, and 4th of July flag raising events. So there's a lot of events that are centered at our park there, just being the main corridor as even visitors come in and want to sit down and enjoy their lunch or dinner there. And so we reached out to some of our key community stakeholders, and restrooms was a need, and even when we have these events, the library does have a restroom there that visitors can use as well, but it's limited to their hours. So it really working with the health district to make sure that we're in compliance when we have these events and having restrooms out there, and that's the additional porta potties that come in. But in reality, having something permanent would just make the events, the public health piece much better. Next slide. So during these events, we have surveys typically, and it's a simple survey where residents and children are asked, what would you like to see, whether it's sidewalk, whether it's a more playground, splash pad, and you name it. And it's a simple, you place a little sticker by the item that you like the most, and different questions. So it's very engaging. And again, we have these throughout the events, throughout each event, maybe different questions. Sometimes we have the same questions just to verify that hey, that this is what residents are looking for improvements. But we have reached out to the community, and even having our we have a soccer, little league soccer here, and wanting to host events, but again, asking them, and the main one is these restrooms, right? To make sure that as we get visitors from out of town, they have little ones that are able to use them. Now, these restrooms would be for everyone, but typically it's the little ones that can't hold it in as much. Next slide. Project engagement. So again, we've had surveys done, looking at, if you go online, you see, the park rates highly, 4.3 out of 5. But the main comments that come up is this park should have a restroom, this park should have a restroom. And it would complement the park well with all the amenities that we have there. It would serve more than our current population, because we do get a lot of visitors, and per our drinking water monitoring schedule, that actually shows close to anywhere from 8 to 9,000 transient folks that come in. So it could be, the delivery man from FedEx coming in, and now he's going to the park and utilizing it there. Next slide. The city maintains a close relationship with community partners and stakeholders throughout the region. Educational partners include our Weld School District, Inspire Development Centers, Big Bend Community College, our healthcare partners include Grand County Health District, Columbia Basin Health Association, and Meadow Community Medical Clinic. And then we have our economic development partners as well, Port of Mattawa and South Grant County Chamber of Commerce. And just working together, again, the school district has a preschool, 2 elementaries, a middle school, junior high, a high school, and they essentially serve 2,400 students on a daily basis. And if we include the teachers, the paras, and admin, we're well over the 2,500 mark. And that we occasionally see these educators there at the park as well, enjoying lunch. So there's a lot of different features that our park has, that has residents and visitors going to the park, and again working together with these educational and healthcare providers there. It just supports the hygienic education and promotes public health, and by reinforcing the healthy practices and sanitation standards taught in schools and encouraged throughout the community. Next slide.
Hey, Juan, you're just a few minutes over time, but I want to make sure you get to your last couple slides. I don't know how many you have left, maybe just a couple, but
yeah, just a couple here. Sustainability, we're have the main key point is durable infrastructure that will last there. Next slide. Cost efficiency includes grants, donations, and kind labor, and fund allocations through our general fund to house the park. Grants, we reached out to other grant agencies as well. That's what really funded our playground equipment, our basketball court, and this is through the Paul Lozier Ground Foundation. And so we continue to add amenities that per what the community input was to now making it a reality. Next slide. Again, it would be central located, green space. We recently replaced all our tables and chairs to these metal heavy duty features that would last much longer.
Yeah, and Juan, you're good actually. You only need to answer through number 11.
Okay.
In your PowerPoint. The other ones we're going to pre-score just based on your application information. So you're good. Thank you. And now the committee has an opportunity to provide some feedback on your project.
Okay.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Juan. Just a couple things. First, lived in Wenatchee for 14 years, and so kind of understand the kind of the cultural importance of parks to the Hispanic community, and how they really use these spaces for family and community events. And so I would encourage you to do more upfront in the project need that includes some pictures with large attendance of people. You had a little bit at the end, but rather than focus on the mechanical of the restrooms, talk about the project need in terms of serving the kind of the cultural and community needs of folks. The second thing is that you focused on the bathrooms, which is obviously the big issue for you. But I'm looking at your budget, and you also had landscaping and trails, and you didn't cover any of the money that's going to be spent on that. And so it's, I think it's important to fund restrooms, but it's really nice to have some other amenities to go to make a complete park. So make sure that you cover those things in your application presentation. Thank you.
Very good points. Thanks, David. I saw another hand and then it disappeared, but maybe that hit your question. Was that you, Mary?
Yes, it was. It was about the budget. And it was
Okay.
already answered. So thank you.
Great. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, you got some pathways and a little bit of lighting and a few other things. So it'd be good to highlight that. But of course, restrooms are crucial. Other thoughts or feedback from Mattawa? All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Nice job. You'll get written feedback as well once your grants manager finishes getting through your application and can assemble all the comments and get them back to you. So you have that as well before you come back in August.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Well, thank you. And I'll make sure to now one question is, can the PowerPoint itself change from here to then or
Yes,
okay.
absolutely. Yeah, you can take this feedback and anything work with your grants manager. You can tinker with anything, the scope of work, the budget, PowerPoint for sure. That's why we're doing this, to give you some feedback. So like David mentions, maybe you got other pictures of community events and families out there. You can definitely incorporate that. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, I appreciate the insight, and we'll see how it goes in August.
Okay, good. Thanks, Juan.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we have arrived at a break. Just a little bit behind schedule. Do folks want to take where are we at? 11:22, 11:30, like 10-ish, or we could take like 13 minutes. I don't know. I hate to cut people's breaks short because it's a lot of just sitting and staring at screens, but should we do 13 minutes? Come back at 11:40. No, wait, no, that'd be 11:35. Sorry. Then let's do that. 11:35. Then we'll be only 5 minutes behind. All right, thanks all. Hi, Becky.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well, thanks. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're just 5 minutes behind schedule. I don't know if you heard that before the break, if you were logged on or not, but yeah, so folks will be just getting back here in the next minute. I can pull up your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. And I can pass controls over to you or advance the slides, whatever your preference is.
I can take control and we'll see how that goes.
Okay, sounds good. I'll do that. Well, welcome back, everybody. We are headed to the beach right before lunch. This is exciting.
We are headed to the beach.
Yeah. Okay, there you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen, Becky, and that should activate your control of it.
Perfect.
You should be able to advance slides. So whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for being here today. I'm going to start out by saying I'm really nervous, so my voice will probably shake a little bit, but I'm excited to be here and talk about North Bay Park renovations. So we all have heard the term, if you build it, they will come. And I feel that this is really true of North Bay Park because we've seen a steep decline in recent years because of the degradation of the equipment that we have there for the kids to play on currently. We are located about as far west in Washington State as you can go. And we are in Grays Harbor County, which is surrounded by Jefferson and Mason County, as you can see here, and we are this peninsula all the way down here. We cover the whole peninsula. We are 72 miles from Olympia, obviously on the coast. And we have whale watching, some of the best bird watching on the West Coast as well, and just a great place to visit. North Bay Park is 7.1 acres. It's on the north end of Duck Lake, and it's just 1 mile from downtown Ocean Shores. And you can see here the project area is pointed out in red. And then here to the right is also part of North Bay Park. This is our baseball field that I'm going to talk about a little bit longer or a little bit later in the slides. So North Bay Park is home to playground equipment, an ADA restroom, a newly upgraded baseball diamond with backstop and bleachers. We have a boat launch into Duck Lake, a fishing dock, basketball courts, picnic shelter with a fireplace and picnic tables, and public parking. So our comp plan was written about 5 years ago, and out of 8 developed parks, North Bay Park, it is our primary city park. It is our largest park, and it was the most heavily used park in Ocean Shores. Additionally, the park provides amazing views of the Olympic Mountains, Grays Harbor, Mount Rainier. The Ocean Shores Airport is just across the road, and we provide boating and fishing access to Duck Lake. This park provides public access to Duck Lake from the primary city-owned boat ramp. It is our most popular boat ramp and has 2 docks for fishing and launching of canoes and kayaks. Ocean Shores has a high-risk underserved population who has chronic disease rates that significantly outpace the state of Washington. 2024 obesity rates show Ocean Shores is estimated to be 4% higher than the average of the state. And the prevalence for high blood pressure in Ocean Shores is 40% of adults compared to 30% of the state average. Our primary recreational park asset is North Bay Park, and it lacks the modern amenities needed to serve as an effective health intervention site. The existing facilities do not meet modern ADA requirements, and we'd like to bring this park back to up to ADA standards and back to the park that it was when our comp plan was written. So our category 1 needs and local priorities. North Bay Park now has rusty playground equipment. It does not meet safety or ADA modern standards, and it does not meet the needs to be a preventative healthcare forward park. The upgrades will include new playground equipment that is ADA accessible, a new volleyball court with bleachers, ADA parking spaces and pathways throughout the park, 3 water fountains, and a dog waste station. Ocean Shores is also a very dog-friendly community. So this is a design, kind of overhead view of the new equipment layout that we'll have at North Bay Park. And the swing set that you see here accommodates ADA, as well as this spinning play piece right here. And then this large piece as well that we'll see pictures in a later slide, but this is also ADA compatible. We currently have a swing and kind of a jungle gym, so this would be a huge improvement and include a lot more activities for kids. You can see that our current playground equipment is the swings are rusty, the chains are rusty on the swings, and then a lot of our connection points look like this. So you can see and understand why parents aren't wanting to take their kids from a safety risk to North Bay Park. This is some additional pictures of the equipment at North Bay Park showing the severe deterioration and rust. And then this here is where the new volleyball court would go, right next to the basketball court. And we can use the lighting that is already here and add new fixtures to the top so that it will light both the basketball and the volleyball court. This is an example of the new play equipment. And the new play equipment is a really good upgrade. It's going to be built to enhance touch, balance and motor skills, problem solving, and social skill development. So again, North Bay Park currently does not meet ADA accessible guidelines, and there is no access from the parking lot to any amenities in the park. So the future of North Bay Park will have the ADA compliant pathways throughout the park that will connect all of the amenities, which I'm going to show you here. This is the plan for 2 ADA parking spaces and then paved pathways from the parking spaces to the playground, and then from the playground to the volleyball court and basketball court, and also to the restroom, and then also to the baseball field. And then I'll go back a slide. And this is what was selected. I'll talk about how we did community engagement in a little bit, but this is the playground equipment that was selected. And it is made out of material that will not rust. So we have a maintenance plan right off the bat for taking care of the equipment when it's installed. So this is everything new that we'll be adding to North Bay Park. You can see that we've got the 2 ADA spaces. Their new playground equipment will go where the old playground equipment was, so we'll have less disruption of the ground. We will be putting in new ADA wood chips as well with this project. New volleyball court here, new bleachers and a water fountain by the volleyball court. A new water fountain also by the playground right here. New pet waste station by the parking lot, and another new water fountain out here by the baseball field. So for the budget for this project, the total project budget is $319,700, and our match would be $63,940. So the total request is $255,760, and that includes the bleachers for both the basketball and the volleyball court, benches at the play area, the ADA parking lot and the pathways, the playground, including the manufactured wood chips, the volleyball court, water fountain and waste stations. Public Works will be doing grading and some of the installations for us to save on costs, and also cultural resources. So for project engagement, we had a lot of engagement at Parks Board meetings. We invited the public to come in. They're always invited to the Parks Board meetings, but we started to have a lot of people turn out when we started talking about North Bay Park and what renovations we would do. We have liaisons, 2 high school liaisons that are on the Parks Board, and they went back to the high school and asked the kids at the school, like, what do you want to see? We have a basketball court. We're looking at new equipment. What kinds of things would you like to see? And they came back with a new volleyball court. There we go. For the actual playground equipment, we did a storyboard at the library. And the kids chose a sticker and put the sticker on which one that they thought would be the best one for the community. So that was a really fun project and the librarian loved it. Project engagement partnerships. We worked with the Grays Harbor Community Foundation to complete the initial phase of the park improvements, focusing on the baseball field. We have new bases, fence toppers, a backstop, a new pitching mound, the bleachers, and it significantly improves safety, usability, and overall experience for the players and spectators. I was there a couple weeks ago. We don't have Little League teams in Ocean Shores, but I saw kids in uniform, Little League age, playing. So it's happening. That's really exciting. For sustainability, this project does emphasize minimal ecological impact through low impact design strategies that protect natural resources and maintain the integrity of the park environment. In addition to its environmental benefits, the project supports community well-being by creating opportunities for physical activity, fostering social interaction in a safe, accessible, and welcoming public space. Playground equipment will be sourced from a local company. They'll also help lead the installation efforts to make sure that it's put together correctly. And also community volunteers will help with that, which is a big cost saving. It not only ensures proper installation, but also promotes community involvement, stewardship, and a shared sense of ownership at the park. Project costs are significantly reduced through the use of community volunteers. We did a project at Chinook Park a couple years ago with ARPA funds, and we did the same thing where we had the community build the playground. You can see from the pictures here, it was a really fun project. So we'll be doing something similar at North Bay. And then this is my last slide. I feel like I went through that really fast, nervousness. And it's showing again all of the new enhancements that we'll be doing at North Bay.
Great, thank you, Becky. Nice job. You were just about exactly at 12 minutes, so that was perfect. Yeah. All right, feedback from the committee, Melissa.
You did a great job. Just putting that out there. Totally get the nervousness. But if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known. As somebody who has anxiety, I totally get it. A couple of notes. There are quite a few slides that have a lot of text, and we do not have time to read that. So I'd highly recommend, if you have more pictures, visual is generally always better, especially when it comes to data. So I did specifically note like slide 8 and 9. You talk about the data is in the words, but I would highly recommend, if you have any charts or tables, those are a lot more there. We can review those a lot quicker and get to the same point across.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. And then slide 10, you talk about the current equipment, and then on slides 12 and 13, you actually show the current equipment. And when you were on slide 10, I kind of was like, oh, I would, kind of like would rather see like I kind of want to see what the equipment looks like. So I would maybe combine, and instead of like that picture of the dock, maybe put the equipment now, just like a couple pictures. It looks like you have quite a few. And then you can possibly get rid of some of the other slides.
Okay.
And then I had a question in regard to slide 20, which I believe is your budget slide. Is the cultural resources the study? So you're going to have a
Yes.
cultural, okay. I would just put that, like just add the word study because that makes a lot more sense than just cultural resources. And then the RCO ask that you stated, can you say that number again?
Yes.
255,760.
Okay. Because I heard that, but I was looking at the application and the application says 256,000. So I just make sure that whatever your ask is exactly in line.
Matches. Okay.
And then also, it looks like the park made shoreline jurisdiction or critical areas. So keep in mind the possible time to those permitting requirements, or if the city is going to do it all in-house, then make sure to put that in the presentation of like how it's going to cater to those requirements, because obviously those aren't just in the normal zoning regulations, and though that does matter for ecological consideration.
Great, thanks, Melissa. Corey, go ahead, and then Cameron.
Wonderful. Becky, thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Couple of things I'm going to throw out. On slide 11, your design specs sheet is just a little distorted. And I didn't know if that you could put either the full one that's not as distorted and kind of stretched out, but also set it up so it's a little easier for us to read it. Right now, all the text is too small for us to understand what's in there, and that will really help the presentation. And then again, kind of the same things before, using graphs to help show you some of your data components will be really helpful too. So that's all I got. Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Go ahead, Cameron.
Everyone kind of went over a majority of what I wanted to say. Maybe something else to add to your presentation for the community part. You said you had like a storyboard at the library, which is great. I'd be curious to know like how that was advertised, what groups you reached out to. Same with the partnerships. Maybe I might have been like typing my notes and missed this, but I know you mentioned like some sort of baseball team, maybe writing that out on the actual slide itself. But yeah, I think you did great and it was very thorough.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cameron. Any other thoughts for Ocean Shores? All right, well, thank you, Becky. Nice job. You're going to get written feedback as well when your grants manager returns your application, and then we'll see you again in August.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, looks like we're headed south to Ilwaco, still at the beach. Matt, looks like you're presenting this for...
Yes, sir.
All right, let me pull up your presentation. And I can pass you controls if you prefer, or just advance the slides on your behalf, whatever.
Yeah, I'll just give you a little heads up, or say next slide, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Can you see that?
I can. Yes, thank you.
Okay, it's working. All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Matt Lesnow, council member for the city of Ilwaco, as well as a member of the Parks and Public Property Committee, working closely with our Parks and Recreation Commission. The city of Ilwaco is seeking to acquire nearly 192 acres to expand the existing Black Lake Park property. This has been an aspirational goal for the city for over a decade. And at the beginning of April, we've finally been able to have productive conversations with the property owner toward that goal. And you'll see that's aerial shot of Black Lake there, and the property in question is going to be up to the left. Go ahead and next slide. So for those of you unfamiliar of the location of the city of Ilwaco, we are in the very southwestern part of Pacific County. You'll see our municipal boundary there in lime green highlighted on the inlay. Next slide. So this is the project area you'll see highlighted in blue. So you'll see that the project area is directly adjacent to our existing Black Lake City Park. And within the city of Ilwaco, that is zoned parkland. Within Pacific County, the project area is just outside our municipal boundary, and it's zoned rural residential. You can see the acreage at 192 acres would significantly increase the acreage of the overall Black Lake Park recreational area, where the current acreage, including the water, is 83. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, this has been an aspirational goal for the city of Ilwaco for over 10 years now. First identified in 2014 when the Parks and Recreation Commission put together their Parks and Natural Areas Plan, the expansion, the identification of those parcels, the 192 acres above Black Lake, was set as a tier 1 goal to acquire and to expand the recreational use of the park property. Our destination marketing organization, Washington's Evergreen Coast, measures consistent year-round use of local trails by both visitors as well as the residents of our area. And they note specifically that trails use does not see the same peaks that seasonal travel typically brings. It's more of a flat, consistent use, showing that trails usage is popular with locals as well as visitors. In 2023, the International Mountain Bicycling Association Trails Program, they did a community outreach session in the city of Ilwaco for a different project on different city-owned property, and found that there was a significant demand for multi-use and mountain bike specific trails by the community, but also noted that in the Bear Ridge Community Forest, which encompasses our municipal watershed, that the location or access wasn't ideal. Now, Black Lake currently is a valuable asset for the city of Ilwaco, with the nearly 10,000 rainbow trout that are stocked annually, draws a number of anglers of all ages and recreators to the park property already. Also, from an economic analysis of outdoor recreation completed by RCO in 2020, the recreation on public and state lands accounted for only 6% of the $714 million in annual spending in the 19th legislative district, of which Pacific County is a part of. The vast majority of recreation spending occurs on public waters, i.e. fishing. Locally, fishing has a number of barriers, including charter fees, and you need to own a boat and all of the equipment and the gas associated with that. Recreational fishing is definitely seen as a pay-to-play form of recreation here in Pacific County, and there is a outstanding demand for accessible, land-based, close-to-home recreational opportunities in our community. Next slide. The scope of this project is very much in the preliminary phases in acquisition. So the type of project we applied for, of course, is an acquisition project. And this property was on the market at one point and is no longer. And it's part of a three-phase project scope that we plan to implement should we be successful in acquiring the project. We have planned to install a network of multi-use trails on this property, expanding that recreational opportunity. But that all starts with buying the property and securing it for public use. Next slide. So more on the property being listed. So as I mentioned before, this has been about a 10-12 year ordeal at this point. The local group, or the group of owners of the property, have always been local, and we've had kind of hit the city of Ilwaco, various mayors and various chairs of Parks and Rec, and myself have had kind of a mixed bag of results trying to engage the property owners in meaningful conversation to acquire the property. 10 years ago, it was very much, we're not going to sell the property until the timber's been harvested. And then after they finally harvested the timber a few years ago, it was radio silence until the property was finally listed on the market. And so we saw that market listing, try to engage the property owner again, a little more frantic and a little different position with a live listing, raising funds and identifying grant opportunities to fund that. After the property was listed for under a year, they partnered with a developer where the developer had a series of meetings with Pacific County, with the city of Ilwaco, and with others, identifying and laying out a community development, housing development on those 200 acres. And through, I believe, utility and access difficulties, that developer has chosen to not pursue that project anymore. So it wasn't until the beginning of April where we were able to re-engage with the property owner and have productive conversations toward our interest, communicating our interest in the property, and really kind of moving forward a dialogue around what it would take for the city of Ilwaco to acquire it. And you can see the prior Redfin listing there. I pulled that at the beginning of 25, I believe. Next slide. So site suitability. So as I mentioned earlier, our primary goal with this property is for public land-based recreation, centering around multi-use and dedicated mountain biking single track to be developed. And you can see that the wooded area between the lake itself and some of the clear cut is City of Ilwaco property existing. And you can see the trail network that Nicholas Haldeman, who's the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission, was able to overlay. And combined, this represents about nearly 10 miles of multi-use and dedicated mountain biking single track that we can install on this property and add to existing city-owned property as we can tie into nested loops above. So the overall property has about 100-foot elevation at its highest point, and the 100-foot slope provides necessary elevation for premier trails and outstanding views of the surrounding area, as you saw from my title slide. Soil conditions provide a ideal substrate for lasting trail construction and erosion mitigation from runoff. Next slide. And more on the location and scope of the trail system that we intend to develop. You can see this in proximity to the rest of the city of Ilwaco, where we have two schools in very close proximity to the trail network, as well as the Dillon Jude Harrell Community Center listed at number 7, down at the Port of Ilwaco. So there are quite a great number of youth here every day and 365 days a year, participating in various academic as well as after school and summer camp programs. And there is a strong interest both from Ilwaco's cross country coach, as well as the chairperson of Dillon Jude Harrell Community Center, for the city of Ilwaco to acquire this property to expand the recreational opportunity and the asset for the youth that visit Ilwaco regularly. You'll also see that it's in close proximity to lodging and food and beverage options in downtown Ilwaco, the port of Ilwaco as well, and the trailhead for the Discovery Trail as it heads through Cape Disappointment State Park and north into the rest of the peninsula. Next slide. So one of the early on, and this was another overall a different project. So when we were acquiring the property for the Bear Ridge Community Forest, which encompasses our municipal watershed, we engaged International Mountain Bicycling Association, their trails development team, and they came in and they held a community engagement event with vision boards and idea boards. We had about 40 people come in and out through the event that was held at a local restaurant in the area in their upstairs event space. And this is where we found we noticed the demand for trails exists in our community, but that it was incumbent on us to try to find somewhere closer to town and more centrally located that we could locate this trail development. Next slide. And this whole thing started back in 2014. So we've had a number of community outreach programs centered around just recreation in general, but that have explicitly defined this acquisition as a priority. And again, in 2014, the initial development of the City of Ilwaco's Parks and Recreation and Natural Areas Plan, this was identified as a Tier 1 priority through a community engagement event, as well as a mailed survey with a water bill. And then in 2023, again, with the IMBA event, and in 2025, we're going through a parks plan revision. And we had another community engagement event where the acquisition of this property was identified as a high priority. Next slide. Partnerships and cost efficiencies. So this is the first bucket of funding that we've applied for to fund the acquisition of this project. Since we have begun work on identifying funding sources, we've also identified the need for potential municipal bonds, as well as a Parks and Recreation levy. Are two options that we're exploring. We're the only municipality in South Pacific County with a Parks and Recreation commission where we can go to a vote of our citizens to enact a property tax levy. And over our fixed timeline of 6 years, we could potentially raise up to $913,000 to serve as match or to help pay down the principal on a loan that we would take to help make this acquisition a reality. We have strong support from our destination marketing organization, Washington's Evergreen Coast, as well as the Pacific County Economic Development Council, where they understand the economic viability and incentive for the development of these recreational centers. And you can see, again, by the scope of that compared to the town itself, this would be a substantial mountain bicycling and multi-use trail network that just doesn't really exist in our area. You either have to go up to the Montesano Community Forest or down south into Oregon to Clutchie Creek outside of Seaside, Oregon. The Waco Parks and Recreation Commission is also supportive, and there is a local group, Black Lake Trails Coalition, that would serve as a volunteer workforce and labor for us as we develop and maintain these trails. They've been maintaining trails up around Black Lake for a number of years now. And I think that was it.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Feedback or suggestions from the committee? Melissa, go ahead.
Just had a question or a couple questions. It looks like, I mean, you actually talk about the fact that the acquisition is outside of the city boundary. Is it in your urban growth boundary?
Our urban growth boundary was I think in 2024. The statewide committee shrunk our urban growth area back to our existing city limits.
Yeah, so that kind of feeds to my question in regard to, I guess, the actual ability for the city to incorporate that. Especially with the state's new standards in regard to any sort of major critical areas where there's a large wetland in those parcels be remaining in the county. So I guess my questions would pertain to maybe going into that a bit more, of like how you're kind of get over that hurdle. Because I know a lot of your slides go more into the fact that it really hasn't been on the market. There's kind of been back and forth. But it didn't really, I guess, sell me in regard to that this would actually happen. Additionally, like I said, there are wetlands that appear to be mapped on the site. So I'd be interested to know like how the trails are not going to interfere with the critical area regulations if it did move forward. So I would highly recommend talking about that and maybe adding the wetlands and any other critical areas that might be identified on the site to your site plan so that we can clearly see.
Good, thanks, Melissa.
That's great feedback. Thank you.
Yeah. Anne, go ahead.
You were over time, had like 3:45 overtime, so want to be sure to tighten up your script so that you can get through it all in your 12 minutes that you'll be allowed in August. And then some of your slides, like this one that's up right now, where you're combining two topics.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier for you to talk about 9. Let us, score 9 and then move on to 10, score 10, rather than trying to talk about them together. So just in general, I think you could have had more slides, like your need. I think you only had one slide for need, where you talked about it a long time. But it would have been more effective to have, a slide with pictures for each of there are about 4 different things you talked about there. So you could do a slide for each to kind of, show the importance of those things.
Yeah,
that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, that could be helpful. Just sort of flip through the slides as you're talking about the project. Other thoughts, feedback? Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I know this might not be possible, but if you could get us down on the site with some photos, it would be great, to be able to see what the site actually looks like. I know you don't own it, but just some feedback on that.
Oh, just like some ground shots, you mean? Like walking out on some trails.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, David, go ahead.
Yeah, Matt. I'm up here in Bellingham at the base of Galbraith, which is another mountain biking destination. So you're probably familiar with it. So it's my backyard. So part of the 2 things that I didn't understand the relationship to the Bear Creek. I think it was Bear Creek. I don't think you showed a map of where that was in the distance from Ilwaco. So
No, I didn't.
yeah,
So the
so
Ridge, the correlation there was simply the community engagement study, where it was the need and desire for trails and multi-use trails and accessible trails was identified, where the Bear Ridge Community Forest was too far outside of town, where the trails aren't as attractive as they would be centrally located in Ilwaco.
yeah, and I get that because literally I walk out my back door and I'm on Galbraith here. So and I got transit that's right next door too. So but you don't have a map that shows the Bear Ridge, and so to make your argument, have a map that shows how that's far away from
Got
it.
it.
But the other thing is too is that just you know I don't know how the funding would work if it's outside the city limits. So trying to understand that to get to Melissa's points if it doesn't get incorporated within the city limits. But then also kind of a little bit more about the tourism and how this actually because it's a small community. I mean, I go through Oahu to go to Cape Disappointment every year, and it's a very small community. And so, how does this become a hub for people that are going to come there? And so, trying to understand that a little bit more of this type of kind of a destination thing and how that actually will play out for people, not just for Oahu, but for the larger state. Because I think that's kind of what you're trying to do with such a big thing here is it's not just the community, but it's to attract people to the community. So,
And would you center that around the need criteria?
yeah, I think it is under need, just trying to understand how it fits within that. I think you covered the local stuff and you probably could even do that a little bit more. I think the tie into the schools to be able to go right out of the high school and go up onto that, I think is a great thing. But just the kind of that regional thing, I drive by the lake all the time and kind of wonder what was up with that. But
Yeah.
I think so. Anyhow, trying to figure out how people will stop and spend time in Ilwaco for something like this would be helpful.
Good. Thanks, David. Any final thoughts on this acquisition? Great. Well, thanks everyone. Thank you, Matt. You'll be getting
Thank
some
you.
written feedback as well, and we'll see you again in August.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, we've arrived at lunch break. Come on back just a little before 1:10, and we will continue on. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah.
This is Don Crawford from Clallam County.
Hey, Don.
I'm pretty sure it's user error. I had me down for 12:30 today.
You are actually on right after lunch at 1:10. Freshwater Bay, is that you?
Yes. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Come on back like 1:05. Just make sure you're logged on.
Well, just so you know, I try to give myself buffers in my schedule because I can get overbooked.
Sure.
And 12:30 was when I was supposed to focus. So sorry.
Gotcha. Hey, well, no worries. Now you won't be sitting here waiting for all of us for 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Talk to you soon.
Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. I've got a meeting and a presentation in a couple minutes. Huh?
Let's bring up posters.
Supposed to bring them in?
Somebody brought in, said they were gonna bring them into the office or into your office.
I think they're probably in the shop.
Okay. Okay. David put it,
Yes.
or Tom, sorry.
Oh, it's Pete. Posters. There's two posters.
Hey, Don, welcome back.
Hey.
Hey, everybody. We had a good break. All right. Don, can you see that okay?
Yes, sir. No problem.
Excellent. Would you like to advance the slides yourself? I can give you control, or I can just do it, whatever you prefer.
Just say the word. I'll just say the word next.
Perfect. Perfect. Now I'll advance it. All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're back for the afternoon of day 2, and Don Crawford is here from Clallam County. So appreciate you being here. And whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Just want to stress the fact that this particular project proposal is really simple. And it's got very straightforward objectives. At arguably the busiest beach access boat ramp in Clallam County, this grant proposal would support two objectives. Number one is we have a inoperable vault toilet that needs to be replaced. And so It's been inoperable for 10 years, has a small crack in the vault that we found, and so it's been boarded up. The second thing that we're trying to do, because we have to replace the vault toilet, is that it is a perfect spot if we relocate the vault toilet while we're replacing it. We can create a Cascadia Marine Trail campsite. And we'll, for those of you who aren't familiar with that, we'll get more to that in the coming slides. Next. So Freshwater Bay County Park is located about 10 miles west of Port Angeles. It's outside the growth boundary. And so it's in an unincorporated portion of the county. It is a very, very popular launch and recovery spot for public the public, not only fishing boats and the like, 17 footer or less, but more primarily for kayakers. Several of our local outfitters will launch and recover their charters, their kayak charters from this beach. It is on the Whale Trail. We have a resident river otter population there in the kelp beds. The boat launch is free, and so it's a great location that gets heavily used, and like I said, arguably the busiest boat ramp in the county. Next. Quick, we get in 2025, we did our first traffic counter survey. We had a little over 250,000 visitors that came down to the boat launch. It is the only public beach launch access for about 10 miles in either direction. As I've said, the commercial charter kayak outfitters are heavily used this area, as well as the large groups of individuals and club kayakers. It is what we are trying to, it's helping us to achieve our goal of putting in 6 additional Cascadia Marine Trail campsites, going from Squim Bay out to Clallam Bay. And this site is naturally is a very natural candidate for that. Next. Here is a map that shows in relation to Port Angeles where Freshwater Bay is. And if you just look outside the ring to the west, you'll see the Salt Creek Recreation Area, which is another really heavily used beach access, mostly for surfers, but we do get quite a few kayakers that will launch and recover from there. Next. Little closer, this Freshwater Bay is off of Highway 112 and the scenic Juan de Fuca road, and so getting to it is pretty easy. And if you travel 112, I'm sure you've seen the signs. Next. There are several different lots that the county owns, and the lot or the parcel that this project would take place is an existing parcel. The vault toilet, inoperable as it may be, is already located there. So the Department of Community Development is telling us it's a maintenance project, not a new construction project. The parcel there itself is right next to the boat launch, like within 10 yards of the boat launch. It was developed as a flat level place back in the 50s when they first put in the vault toilet. And so we're just going to, like I said, replace and reposition that vault toilet, but there's the parcel that it sits on. Next. Here's a topographical map that shows the steep inclines on either side of the road that goes down to Freshwater Bay. There just isn't another spot that is conducive to having that vault toilet. We couldn't relocate the vault toilet, and there's not enough other level ground to put a campsite. And this shows through the topographical map that, you know, this is the case. Next. Just on our assessor's map, it's a 1/10 of an acre, so a little over 4,000 square feet. Next. So the site directions, it's off of 112. The park was initially purchased back in 1949. It's one of our older parks. And we have, through the years, all the way up into the 1980s, purchased adjacent parcels as they've become available. And they are all purchased and long held adjacent parcels, so the park won't get any bigger unless someone decides to tear down their McMansion. Next. This is a schematic of the existing park. And you can see by the boat launch right there, this flat area where that vault toilet would go. There's a big parking lot there, access for boat launching, and there's a lot of day use people that go down there so they can walk along the shoreline. We've got about a little over 1,000 lineal feet of shoreline there for public access. Next. Project, like I said at the beginning, is very simple. We need to dispose of an inoperable vault toilet. We need to reposition its replacement. We'll put in a double vault. Our traffic in that park has quadrupled in the last 20 years, and there are lines for the porta potty in certain times of the year. So putting in a double vault unisex toilet will really help us out. And then if we relocate the vault toilet, we can create space for the Cascadia Marine Trail campsite, which we're going to talk about more here in a minute. Next. Again, this will enhance the facilities at Freshwater Bay. We have bad luck with our porta potties. In the last 3 years, we've had the thing blown up 3 times, and I will tell you, if you don't know how hard it is to clean up the Smurf blood after an explosion, believe me, you don't want to experience it. So hopefully putting in a concrete vault toilet will remedy that. And then as I keep saying, the Cascadia Marine Trail campsite. Next. These are pictures of the existing site. The top picture shows where the porta potty is, and then you can see back in the back there's the interpretive sign, and then behind that's a porta potty, and you can see in the lower pictures, especially the one on the lower right, the interpretive sign, and then farther back is where that old vault toilet is. And then just to make sure, on the upper picture, upper center, there's the boat launch is right adjacent to where that site is heading down. Next. These are the pictures of the top pictures, the interpretive sign. It's great signage, gets used, so we would just reposition it, keep the same signage. This here below at the bottom is a picture of the existing vault, and the close-up of our sign. We continually have people trying to break into it, and So we've got it nailed and screwed and locked. So we're just waiting to take it out. Next. This picture shows, based on the current location of the toilet and the interpretive signage, that if we reposition that vault, we'll get a little over 2,000 square feet, closer to 3,000 square feet, where we could have a picnic picnic pavilion with a picnic table and enough space for 3 to 4 tents. Next, this is a rough schematic of the proposed site. Up here in the upper right-hand corner is where we would reposition the vault toilet. There would be a small, short retaining wall, around 30 inches, to hold back the bank. We would reposition the interpretive sign, and this whole front area at the top of the map would all be concrete. Right now, we do have a curb cut. It is barely ADA accessible, so we would, in this project, we would expand the concrete so that the entire sign, both sides of the interpretive sign, would be accessible, and that the toilet would be completely accessible. The plan would be to put in the plan would be to put a split rail fence in with all the Cascadia Marine Trail signage, put in a covered pavilion, a fire ring, and have enough space left over for the tents. Again, this is all area that's existing, so we're just going to repurpose that area. Next. The project here is pretty straightforward. We've already spoken to the community, Department of Community Development, and the preliminary guidance we've received that it's primarily a maintenance project, and so we will be able to get the environmental permitting and waivers in a pretty expeditious fashion. Next. We're just looking to preserve the adjacent. In our doing the project, we will do the environmental management plan so that we can ensure that we don't have any erosion and contamination of the beach. So we'll have sediment fences and sandbagging the drainage. Although there is no drainage that far down, but we'll prevent it from going down the boat ramp, and the other crucial elements of the environmental management plan. Next. This says 3 goals. 2 of them are the same goal: restore the restroom. We desperately need that vault toilet put back in, and we need to expand it so that it has bigger capacity. We want to use the site more effectively to put in a marine trail campsite in that same footprint, and then be able to offer that site as we develop the Salt Creek Cascadia Marine site that's 5 nautical miles away, so that we could create a day's paddle from one county park to the other county park. We're already getting folks that use that area between Freshwater Bay and Salt Creek, because it's got all kinds of bluffs and outcroppings, and it's got erosion tunnels, and I'm crucifying the vernacular, but all kinds of interesting things that kayakers enjoy, and it's all 100% remote. You can't get to it from above. And so this would be a really good thing for local kayakers to be able to use these sites back and forth to camp, as in addition to just having it be a day use area. Next.
Hey, Don, you're a few minutes over time, so you just kind of move quickly through the
Well,
rest of
scroll.
this.
Yeah, just skip through here. Next. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. This is the Cascadia Marine Trail. It's about 140 miles. If you look at the map, Squim Bay is as far as it goes on the Strait of Juan de Fuca. And we're trying to work with the Water Trails folks to extend the campsites all the way out to Nia Bay, about every 5 to 10 miles. We have 6 parks that we could use for that. And so this is part of our objective there. If you want to, one more slide, keep going. This is the map between the two, Freshwater Bay and Salt Creek Recreation Area. Like I said, it's 5 nautical miles. This would be a great place for people to put in, camp at the other site, and then come back until we get additional sites so that they can continue to the west. That's it. I'm sorry I went over.
Okay, yeah, well, that's why we practice here, technical review. So just can tighten it up for the final.
Yeah, sure.
We'll give the committee a chance to offer some ideas. Melissa, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so a couple things came to mind. So I would highly recommend reaching out to the Department of Ecology to confirm that a shoreline permit is not required. I'm a land use planner by trade, and just from the description, it sounds like a shoreline permit would be required. It's above a maintenance because you're moving and expanding the vault toilet. Also, I had to look up what a vault toilet is. So I would recommend putting that in there because from what I read, it is more beneficial and ecologically sound. So that could go towards the sustainability, I believe. Just kind of a thought in regard to that. Also, slide 10 is really difficult to read. So if there's a zoomed in version of the specific area, which I believe you do have in a later slide, I think that would make a lot more sense of where you're talking. Yeah, this one, because you have a more zoomed in version. It's not of the site plan itself, but it did make it a lot more clear. Also, you talk about the amount of traffic that has increased. If you have any data in regard to that, I think that would be really beneficial.
Okay.
And then, yeah, just be conscious of time.
Yeah.
We definitely don't want you to get caught up, but it sounds like a fantastic project. I think your presentation was really good. Just those were my thoughts.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Anne, go ahead, and then Mary.
Yeah, this is a good project. However, you have to keep in mind, we are reviewing 62 projects. And so you need to make it really simple for us. So go through the grant criteria. So not the stuff that's in PRISM, but the criteria, the need, the scope, the project design and fit. Go through those in order, label your slide. Okay, this one is about need. We're going to talk about this and show the things that show what the need is for this project. And then you move on to the next one, scope. What's the scope of the project? Because otherwise I would have been really struggling to find you points to score those criteria because they're not in the order we're going through on our form that we have to fill out, and it would have been a struggle to score that. So
okay,
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. So instead of putting just your project number at the top of every slide, you want to put the criteria 1, need, criteria 2, scope, and just walk us through it that way. And your grants manager can help you out and even share some examples of other PowerPoints to kind of see how that's done. Mary, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 points. One, to follow up on the state of ecology or the Department of Ecology for a Clean Water Act permit. You should probably reach out to the federal agencies, Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service for impacts on marine mammals and, again, sedimentation, timing of the event. Even though the work is not on the beach itself, It's still within that zone, as well as the Coastal Commission, the Washington State Coastal
yes,
Commission.
just for future comments, the folks in my county that I've talked to in the Department of Community Development are the Shoreline Master Plan folks that that administer it on the county level. So they have a punch list of everyone you're supposed to talk to, but I always go to them before I get too invested in a project. And so, yes, I will. Those are all considerations.
Because the time for the permitting is, running quite lengthy, sometimes even up to a year to get a permit. So sooner the better. Also, you ran through some slides real quick on the budget and the match. Again, like was previously mentioned, be very specific, be very clear, and you got a great description of everything, but I kind of focus on the money myself. So make that a little bit more clarifying, and good luck. Looks like a fun project.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Any final thoughts on this one? All right. Well, thank you, Don. You'll get some written feedback as well when your grants manager returns the application to you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right. Looks like we're moving over to Spokane for our next project. And looks like Nick is here. You are presenting this one, Nick?
I am. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Let me pull up your PowerPoint for you. Taking a second to load. All right, there we go. You see that?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, I'll pass you control unless you want me to advance your slides for you. What do you prefer?
I can take control. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, right on. Go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it for you. Perfect.
All right.
Cool. All right, Nick, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right. Let's see. Let me set my timer here. All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Nick Hammett. I'm with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division, here to present the Minnehaha Park redevelopment project. This project goal is to renovate approximately 10 acres of an existing community park located in the city's highest social and environmental park equity zone. We request RCO grant funding from the WWRP local parks category in the amount of $500,000, which is approximately 7% of the estimated project cost. Additional grant funds are being requested through the YAF program for additional programming, but the YAF grant is not providing any match to this application. For those of you who may not know, the project is located within the city of Spokane, the second most populous city in the Washington state. At the time of the 2020 census, Spokane's population was approximately 229,000 folks. Minnehaha Park is located in Spokane's District 1. That's sort of northeast portion of Spokane, within the city's Minnehaha neighborhood. This matrix you see here came from recent citywide park planning. The Spokane Natural Parks and Natural Lands Master Plan created this matrix to prioritize project needs amongst all of our priorities. The matrix measured investment zones, park conditions, levels of service, and opportunities, and identified Minnehaha Park as a need for our community. Minnehaha Park is the only community park east of the developing north-south Spokane Freeway. This is a rapidly developing transportation corridor, and it leaves residents with limited access to developed park space. Note that as the freeway, which is the red line on your screen, is built through the Minnehaha neighborhood, those east of this line, there's access challenges and existing inequities that are expected to grow for the folks east of that line. This map is from the Trust of Public Lands, and it shows one developed neighborhood park and an elementary school within a 10-minute walk of Minnehaha. Minnehaha Park serves about 2,500, maybe 2,600 homes. The park's current condition, alongside the small neighborhood park and the nearby elementary school, is not sufficient to meet the needs of the developed park service for the folks in this neighborhood. Now, about a mile away from Minnehaha Park, in the red circle on your screen, is Wild Horse Park. This is a 3-acre neighborhood pocket park, which was established in the 80s with a fairly modern playground. This park is located, east of the north-south freeway, about a mile from Minnehaha, and it does not provide any kind of community park service due to its limited size and its lack of connectivity to the rest of the neighborhood. Also within just east of Minnehaha Park, in the red circle here, is Cooper Elementary. This is a neighborhood outdoor space. It's approximately 2 acres in size. Includes a multi-use grass field, basketball court, playground, various games such as Foursquare and Hopscotch, though the playground is often locked and not available for community use. And so, as is the case with many public schools, it provides some needed access to community, but does not provide the full unrestricted access that the community desires. So this is a look down the view of the north-south corridor looking south. You can see Minnehaha Park sits near the star on the image. The freeway passes through the Minnehaha neighborhood, creating a barrier that makes it harder for residents on the left side of this road to reach the amenities that are on the right side of this road. Here's a view currently under construction portion of the north-south corridor, looking southwest, where it crosses in and out of the neighborhood, just further highlighting that inequity there, or that geographic access. This is another image that looks north, sort of along the side of that freeway. So when we say, residents of Minnehaha neighborhood have increasing barriers accessing amenities, this is a great image that shows exactly what that looks like. Here's the north-south freeway where it bisects the neighborhood even further south, another main arterial. So there's a consistent theme with the freeway sort of getting in the way here. On the south side of the neighborhood, this is a view looking from the southern edge of the Minnehaha neighborhood toward the river, which actually bounds the neighborhood and creates a separate sort of geographic barrier from the rest of the city. The neighborhood is cut off by both man-made and natural barriers in this area. This is a view from the east boundary of the neighborhood looking south. Connectivity is completely lost as you get out of the southeast portion of the neighborhood. As you get nearer the park facility, oh, there we go. As we get nearer the parks facility, you see this is a photo showing the natural lands at the north end of the neighborhood, which are nice. And these hills attract mountain bikers from outside the area. But the neighborhood itself still lacks access for developed park use, and the entrance to Minnehaha is just on sort of the left image of the screen, kind of behind the city's park logo. Now, this presentation wouldn't be complete without pointing out the effects that historical redlining have had on the Minnehaha neighborhood. Historic redlining in Spokane shows the Minnehaha neighborhood surrounded by the Minnehaha Park, encircled by areas that are once rated as hazardous, patterns that ally with present-day socioeconomic and public health vulnerabilities in this area. This map makes it easy to see that Minnehaha Park is serving a community with high levels of poverty. Ranks are defined from 1 to 10, with 1 being the least impacted and 10 being the most impacted for people with lower incomes that feel the health effects of pollution and often have fewer options for healthy food, safe housing, and medical care. We'll address some additional environmental disparities on the next few slides, but notably, folks who live in poverty don't have access to gyms, sport clubs, and skiing, to name a few activities that are available to higher income residents. And parks are an important third space for these communities, hence our desire in investing in this space. Now, zooming in on the neighborhood, you can see various shades of purple. This neighborhood is also one which has 10% of its households which speak a primary language other than English. This map shows Minnehaha Park serves an area most impacted by environmental pollution. Everything on this screen is purple, which is the highest level of environmental pollution that is rated. The residents of the Minnehaha neighborhood rank 10 on a proximity to risk management plan sites and Superfund sites, 9 for wastewater discharge, 8 for lead risk from housing in proximity to hazardous waste. And this information indicates the high risk of poor health outcomes for the neighborhood, and we see this effect across generations. This map shows Minnehaha Park is in an area ranked 10 for environmental health disparities. lack of access to healthcare, nutritious food, safe housing, and active recreational space create a perfect storm of poor health outcomes. Residents of Minnehaha rank 9 for sensitive populations and death from cardiovascular disease, 8 from low birth rate and air-related respiratory disease risk, including asthma, and 7 for disabilities. So plenty of physical need there. This map, the social and environmental equity map, sort of rolls that all together. This was produced as a part of the 2022 Park Master Plan and consolidates and visually summarizes the equity indicators presented in the preceding slides. Together, this data identifies Minnehaha Neighborhood Park as the highest equity priority within the city of Spokane. In the community now in planning has expressed strong desire to invest in their community parks within District 1 with specific investment in Minnehaha. The city park plan actually specifically identifies this site as a Tier 1 priority improvement for major park renovation, which has been historically neglected and under-resourced. Through that master planning process, the city determined that Minnehaha Park is ranked in a condition which is near failure and requires complete replacement to restore a proper service to community. At the same time, the Parks Department doing survey work heard from community that the most needed desires for park improvements were really playgrounds and restrooms as top tier community desires. Now, the park itself is approximately 38 acres. The proposed project would be limited to around a 10-acre area in the red, which is outlined above. The next slide identifies features within the park. The map illustrates the features of Minnehaha, combining aerial imagery with annotated natural and built features. The developed portion of the park is located sort of on the south portion of the screen there, with the north end extending into a undeveloped rock outcropping, natural hillside with pines and natural trails that connect to a larger undeveloped park system. The small playground you see in this is an aged swing set and located within Minnehaha Park. It is far smaller than a typical community park playground within the city of Spokane and in need of replacement. This cool old stone building was constructed in the late 1800s and houses the aged men's and women's failing restrooms, which need extensive renovation. The remaining interior of the structure is not proposed for renovation as a part of this project. But the restrooms are, and the men's and women's restrooms are in the wings of the building and are in desperate need of renovation and repair. I think this image really does a good job at selling the condition. This is a view of the east side of the completely unusable tennis court, which is looking toward that stone building. There's an existing baseball diamond and backstop located in the southwest corner of the park. And this is an existing trail, paved pathway, which provides east-west access to the park and connects to an unpaved trail for visitors as they head north and west. There are unpaved trails on the west side of the park, which take parkgoers up to a trailhead often used by mountain bikers to access Beacon Hill, which is a large tract of undeveloped land east of Minnehaha. And this is just at the northern edge of the site where the unpaved path sort of ends at what is a public golf course parking lot, but there is no parking here really dedicated to the users of the park. This is another photo of that mountain bike trailhead that's on the edge of the facility. So as far as design, this project proposes development of approximately 10 acres of the 38-acre Minnehaha property, including a playground, splash pad, restroom renovations, sport courts, picnic shelter, 2 parking lots, and walking paths. Minnehaha preferred concept addresses programming of individual site amenities and circulation relationships between features. The Minnehaha preferred park concept addresses the highest priority community priorities, which include playgrounds, restrooms, enhanced trailheads and trails, sport courts, and walking paths. This image offers a bird's eye view of the park, allowing you to visualize how the site is tied together by a pedestrian pathway and the parking lot, which provides increased to the site. In this image, we see an existing stone building with renovated restrooms, a larger community playground, splash pad, paved pathways, and seating areas with shade structures. This is a view of the playground and splash pad looking west from the historic building. And here's a view of the playground looking back toward that same building. And this is a great view of the stone building with renovated restrooms along with a picnic shelter and proposed rain gardens, which will treat runoff from the splash pad. Sorry, I'm running a little bit over here. We'll clean that up. So the city is ready to invest about $7 million of our local dollars into Minnehaha Park in response to the community priorities gleaned during our 2022 master planning process. The additional grant funding from the WWRP will allow us to deliver Tier 1 community desires to replace this aging park facility. The city is also applying for a YAF grant for an additional additional parking lot and pump track on the east side of the park, but that is not being used as a match for this project. We expect to begin detailed design in spring of 2027 with construction in 2028 and 2029, and the park being open prior to the spring of 2030. As far as engagement, the city has done a number of master planning. I won't go into that here because I am going a little bit over 26 public engagement events. The city did win the planning award from the state of Washington for community involvement that led to this project. And this slide documents the engagement specific to this project that we've conducted over the last several years. As far as partnerships in 2025, the Spokane Parks Department and Public Schools partnered to initiate the Together Spokane initiative, which was 2 companion ballot measures, both of which passed last November. The levy will be providing matching funds for the Minnehaha Park renovation, and the school bond provides for partnering and programming in this space. I got a couple of sustainability things here, but again, I'll be respectful of your time and kind of just move through those quickly. Again, we'll get that cleaned up. And I think I'll move on to questions. A little final statement here. We really are excited about this project as we have some unique challenges based in this neighborhood, based on barriers of the north-south corridor and separation from the rest of the city. Levy funding will help us begin addressing the decades of neglect in this park, but it is not enough to honor all the community desires. And with support from the WWRP program, we can make a meaningful progress toward accomplishing the Tier 1 improvements that our residents asked for, and finally give this community the park it deserves. So thanks for the time.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching your own clock.
Not as sufficient as I would hope, but we'll get there.
Yeah, well, that's why we do this. So you're good. All right, Melissa and then Mary.
The biggest question that I had was in regard to the plan for maintaining the park. Just if you guys have a plan or funding or something, because you say yourself that it's been neglected, but we don't have any background in regard to, what's going to happen to the park once it's revitalized.
That's an awesome question, Melissa, and I will definitely work that into efficiencies. Just to quickly answer it here and then note for future. Our citizens passed a neighborhood park improvement levy in November of last year, which is a 20-year levy, which will expand our maintenance capacity by approximately 50%. And so it's a huge deal for remedying a lot of this sort of maintain and care issues we see in our system. So we see an expansion in staff over the next 2 years of about 50% for the specific use in maintenance and care. So I do think we'll be able to respond to that more proactively.
Awesome. And then my other note was slide 6 with the graphic. It's difficult to read.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Mary, go ahead, and then Corey.
Well, I had a comment about slide number 6 also. I love VIN charts, so that was perfect. The text could be a little bit bigger and maybe move the text boxes around, but I liked the graphic there. Also, I liked slide number 40, where you listed out all of the specific projects, maybe at a cost line for each of those items so that people can see where the funding is going to be distributed. And that's it.
Great.
Awesome.
Corey,
Thank
and
you.
then Cameron.
Wonderful. Nick, thank you for the presentation. I used to live in Spokane, so it's kind of cool. My comment is on the north-south freeway. Those photos, it was a little hard to orient where you were. I could because I've lived in Spokane, but I think having an aerial of what is the north-south freeway and why it's important to this project would be kind of helpful for us to see that it is bisecting that neighborhood, and this provides, your project seems to be addressing part of that bisection.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Corey. Yeah, we see that here. We will do a better job of communicating that when we come back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Cameron, and then David.
Yeah, I think it was really informative. You spent quite a few slides on the vulnerability of the population, which was great to hear. I'm wondering if there's maybe a way to combine them or make it a little more condensed. And then my other comment is on slide 8, there was a map, and at the bottom it had like a walk shed. It was just kind of hard to understand, maybe because it was going by pretty quick, but there was a 10-minute walk shed and it was just hard to figure that part out. Is it the length of it or
Yeah, okay. We'll
was
definitely
it the
look at that's
box?
about a 10-minute walk is what that yellow represents. And so we'll
Oh,
do a better
okay.
job of explaining. I think our goal on that slide is to say, Minnehaha is one of several facilities that are close to this population. And so just wanted to give you guys a sense of we have two other, an elementary school and a park that are nearby that are companions, but not able to do what Minnehaha wants to do. That was our
And
goal there.
and looking at this a little bit closer, I think it was the title on the bottom that like gave me pause. So I retract that comment. So it makes
Not a
sense now
problem.
after seeing it.
Thanks for that, though.
Thanks. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I got lost in the conversation with the north-south highway and the pictures too, and I think a lot of time was spent on that, and I think it's kind of the context of a local park versus a kind of a community regional park was the what you're trying to get at. So trying to find a way to do that. But the other thing is that, as I'm looking at the aerial photos around this area, it looks like it's pretty low density, so not a lot of housing. So kind of curious about this being a park that would serve potentially future development if there's multifamily that's planned in that area. So if that's part of the plans for the future, that'd be good to call that out.
Thanks, David.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Any final thoughts for Nick and Spokane? All right. Appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
all.
being here. Yeah, we'll see you again in August. All right, next up, we're staying on the east side, but headed to Union Gap. And looks like Marla's here. And Jason, are you guys presenting?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
All right, give me a minute. I'll pull up your presentation. And I can pass controls over to one of you if you prefer, or advance the slide, whatever you guys want.
You can pass over to Marla.
Marla, okay.
So I'll kind of introduce myself if you guys would like.
Hang on one second. Marla, go ahead and click on the screen to make sure you can take control of that. Yeah, looks good. Okay. All right, go ahead anytime.
All right, thanks everybody. My name is Jason Kavanaugh. I'm the Director of Community Development and Public Works here in the city of Union Gap, and just introduce myself, and I'll let Marla introduce herself, but she is works with HLA. It's our consultant in town here, and they have done a ton of work with us over the years and are instrumental in a lot of Union Gap's success, and we're focusing on our what we feel is a very important park, Loudon Park. It's right smack in the middle of a pretty dense neighborhood area, and it's needing some love these days. We've recently finished part of some rehab to this specific park, and that we redid the basketball court, striping and resurfacing, and that was a huge success. We got a lot of kids that have been playing on it now, and even in the late hours. So what we're trying to do is continue that process and make this a focal point for this neighborhood to be utilized in a otherwise lower income area. And our tennis court that's been there for many years is in super bad shape. So obviously the need there is to redo that, but also add some pickleball courts. So We're pretty excited about the potential here. And with that, I'll let Marla take it away and kind of give you the slideshow presentation here.
Perfect. Thanks, Jason. Just to start us off, just to orient ourselves a little bit, Union Gap is located in central Washington, as can be seen on the state map. Within Union Gap, Loudon Park is located just west of I-82. And so this bottom image shows relatively within the city limits where Loudon Park is located. As Jason mentioned, this is a neighborhood park that's located near the downtown, and it serves the surrounding community. So as mentioned, the existing park features at Loudon Park are currently aging and don't meet the current needs. As you can see on these pictures, the tennis court surface is just in poor condition and is no longer functional. The extent of the deterioration is pretty drastic. There's also limited court availability, so there's definitely a need for restoration of the court and also just development of new courts. So as we mentioned, Loudon Park is a high-use neighborhood park. It's located directly within a residential area, which makes it one of the most walkable and accessible parks in the city. And based on the survey results that we completed during the Parks and Rec Plan update, it turns out that this park is one of the most frequently used on a daily and weekly basis. However, there are limited recreational opportunities in this area despite the high demand. And from that community input, there was also identified a consistent need for the improved court, and then an expanded access to new courts. And just given its proximity to the City Hall and the Union Gap School, this just reinforces the need for additional facilities and upgrades. As Jason mentioned, this effort also builds on recent improvements at Loudon. So the city just completed the basketball reconstruction of the basketball court in 2025 using RCO funds. And so this project just is a continuation of these investments in the park, and it's just the next phase to expand the recreational opportunity. And these images shown here are just the other amenities and facilities shown that are currently in the park. So this slide shows the overall site plan. The proposed project includes reconstruction of the existing tennis court, construction of four new pickleball courts, and installation of a landscape buffer, which will be adjacent to the new pickleball courts to provide a visual and noise separation barrier. We've also included an image of an example pickleball court of what the new ones may end up looking like. So building on the needs identified, the proposed project directly addresses the deteriorated tennis court and also the limited court availability at the park. All the improvements are located within the existing park footprint, which is making use of the existing available space for the new courts. The landscape buffer is also going to be adjacent residential areas just to provide a separation for visual and also just noise. Overall, these projects do expand the recreational opportunity, but also provide a safe and accessible court for all the users. So for the total project cost, it's currently estimated at $404,000. The RCO request is about $323,000, and there is a 20% city match of $81,000. These costs were based on recent project bids and preliminary estimates. For the permitting side of this, we don't anticipate there being many permits, just given that this site has already been disturbed from previous projects, but we do anticipate needing a SEPA. And then for the project schedule, it's anticipated to be completed by September of 2029. So as mentioned, during the Parks and Rec Plan, there were several methods of engagement. The first one was a bilingual survey that was developed in both English and Spanish, and was offered in both online and paper formats. And this was just to gather input on the park's needs and any desired improvements. The city also did an in-person engagement at the lighted parade event, and this just allowed them to directly engage with people and encourage the survey participation. There's also a workshop that was attended by city staff and community participants, which during this we reviewed the survey results and then identified any priority projects. So a key takeaway from these efforts was the need to improve the court at Loudoun. So based on that feedback, this directly shaped the project approach. The community did express the clear need for more court space. There's also a need for safe and usable facilities, and then also maintaining the character of the neighborhood park. In response, we developed this project to increase the number of courts and reconstruct the existing court to make sure it's safe and reliable for use, and then keeping all the improvements within the park area. As mentioned, the community partnerships did play an important role in developing this project. All of these groups listed here attended our workshop and just provided their input to prioritize projects. Some of these groups do actively use the park as well, and then just help demonstrate the continued demand for the facilities. There is no formal financial partnerships associated with this project, but the partnerships do reflect a strong community support and ongoing use. For sustainability, the project does incorporate some practical elements. This includes the landscape buffer, as mentioned. The plan is to use native vegetation, and it'll be right near the residential, just to support the local environment as well. As mentioned, also the project avoids the need for the land acquisition by using the existing park area. And then finally, this project will support the community health just by providing safe and recreational access and utilizing durable materials to reduce the long-term maintenance cost. And finally, for some cost efficiencies, there are no planned donations associated with the project, but other cost efficiencies include the use of existing space, so no land acquisition needed, just durable materials to lower the maintenance cost, and then some of the organized leagues do use the park, and which support the ongoing upkeep and then just continued investment in these facilities. And with that, we thank you for your time and the opportunity to present this project.
Great, thank you. Anything from the committee? Feedback on this one? David, go ahead.
I just thought it might be helpful to have a picture of the basketball court in use, just to show the continuity of the involvement of that. So you showed the court, but no one was playing basketball. So hopefully it's actually being used. So.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Corey.
Awesome. Thank you, Marla. We appreciate you sending this over. Looking at it, I would love to hear a little bit more about how you plan on programming the space after it gets built. Like what types of new programs you see, what kind of impacts will it have on the community and youth in particular. That type of stuff would be helpful.
Great, thanks, Corey. Other thoughts or ideas on this one? Melissa.
I would like to see more like data if you talk about the community engagement, but if you have any data behind that, it would be definitely good to see. Yeah, because you have verbiage, but if you actually have the data, it speaks really loudly.
Okay, for sure. We can add that.
All right, any other comments? Okay, well, nice job, you guys. Thank you. You'll be getting written comments as well, both from the committee and your grants manager. And then we'll see you back here in August for evaluations.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All
thanks
right,
for your
good
time
afternoon.
today. You have a good one too. Thanks.
All right, I think we've arrived at our afternoon break. A little bit early this time. Look at that. Got an extra few minutes. So let's just stick to the schedule. Come on back at 2:25 and we will continue on. Everybody, welcome back. Looks like Tiffany is here from Pierce County. Next presentation. Hello.
Carl.
All right, let me pull up your PowerPoint. If you would prefer, I'd be happy to pass controls over to you, or I could advance your slides, whatever you want to do.
Let me do both and we'll see how it goes.
All right, sounds good. You can see your PowerPoint there?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, if you click on the screen, it should activate your control. All right.
All righty.
Looks good. Well, thanks for joining us. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right. Thank you all. Good afternoon. My name's Tiffany Odell. I'm the planning supervisor for Pierce County Parks. Thank you for the opportunity to present our grant request for $500,000 to complete development of Meridian Habitat Park with amphitheater, stage, and accessibility improvements, walking trail, and a unique expanded hillside playground. In 2006, Pierce County Parks acquired Meridian Habitat Park, which was a former church site, using Conservation Futures funding with the intent of creating a new park for the South Hill community. The master plan was adopted in 2015, and this project would complete the final phase of development alongside a concurrent project to replace the former and aging church building with a community event center. This grant proposal would provide funding to complete the envisioned walking loop around the site, build an accessible stage and seating area for the amphitheater, and expand the playground with unique and accessible hillside play features. Meridian Habitat Park is located at the center of South Hill, one of the fastest growing communities in Pierce County. This 36-acre park provides community recreation opportunities in an area with the lowest rate of parks and open space per capita. The community strongly desires completion of this site to allow for community events, recreation, and gatherings. The South Hill community has very limited areas for safe walking, with a disconnected sidewalk system, and many dead-end streets or heavily trafficked arterial corridors. Meridian Habitat Park provides respite from the fast-growing urban environment, and the community has in a community with limited transit options. This park is the only park in the community also located on a transit line, allowing easy access for all. The expanded amenities for Meridian Habitat Park will provide safe space for community members of all abilities to use circulation pathways connected throughout the site, perform at and enjoy performances and events at the amphitheater, and play on unique hillside play features, including slides, climbing areas, and a zip line in the expanded playground. Pierce County is concurrently replacing the Community Event Center, which you can see located just outside of the area outlined in yellow here. The area outlined in yellow is showing the areas that the grant would touch. So you can see that connection walking trail kind of in a C shape around the site. And then the amphitheater kind of located there on the top left, and the playground. So there's a small existing playground there right now that has a climbing feature, a swing, and a small like toddler play space. And this would just expand it and create kind of a cool playground that goes down the hillside with some unique features. Oops, sorry. All right, so Meridian Habitat Park is uniquely suited as a community park, having been a former church site with an outdoor amphitheater. Surrounding uses are major roadways to the north and east, county-owned wetlands to the west, and commercial, industrial, and residential to the south. Since acquisition, the county's completed several phases of development in the park, and this is the final phase to complete the park. It introduces important and unique accessibility features that make this a place for people of all abilities in South Hill. The expanded playground will utilize the hillside on the south side of the amphitheater to create a unique and accessible play feature not found elsewhere in this community. The natural amphitheater will be improved to provide accessible paths, as well as an accessible stage and seating. The walking path expansion will complete the site's network of trails and walking paths by creating key accessible connections to the site features on the west side of the property, including the event center, parking, amphitheater, playground, park shelter, and the Great Lawn. The proposed project provides unique, highly desired accessible features for people of all abilities. The nature playground expansion will allow accessible use of the hillside slide and zip line via walking path, and the new walking path provides accessible access to the new stage and seating area in the amphitheater and completes the full site walking loop, providing a safe and inviting environment for people to enjoy in this urban community. The park's location along the community's only transit line, again, makes it an ideal location for unique accessible features in this long-awaited park conversion. Pierce County is requesting $500,000 in grant to match the county's proposed $2.25 million approximately investment in the proposed site features. We are also separately funding, and this is not used as match, a concurrent project to replace the community event building. That building has an estimated cost of close to $4 million. This project proposes construction costs only. The county is already resourced to complete design and permitting in 2027, and that will allow this project to be shovel ready in 2028. Pierce County has worked closely with the South Hill community to vision Meridian Habitat Park, both during site acquisition, which was strongly supported by the community, and master planning in 2015. This phase completes the community's vision for the park at the center of their fast-growing community. Additional community engagement for the site will work with site users and event attendees, as well as the broader South Hill community, to focus on the desired character and features proposed in the programming and vision for the area in the future. I've included a few examples here of where we've done past engagement as well as upcoming engagement opportunities. There's an update to the South Hill Community Plan happening concurrently. There are lots of events that take place at Meridian Habitat Park that we would hope to work with the community at, as well as recreation pop-ups for some families during the summer and homeschool groups throughout the calendar year. Oops. Pierce County is supported by important community partners to deliver this project. These partners are primarily assisting us with community engagement and grant writing. They'll certainly also help us celebrate completion of this park when we're finally done. Pierce County is committed to elevating our community's access to space for a diversity of recreation opportunities that allow them to live healthier lifestyles. Our local purchasing policy prioritizes use of sustainable and locally sourced materials wherever possible. And the development of this site as a park has continuously sought to conserve natural features of the site, like wetlands, forest, and habitat, and enhance developed areas by incorporating tree canopy, native vegetation, and natural design solutions. This project has design funding allocated in 2027, as I mentioned. We'll complete design and permitting by early 2028 for both this proposal and the community event building. And this project will be shovel ready in 2028 and complete in 2029. We're continuing to work closely with our community partners to identify additional funding opportunities to support this important project and to make sure we deliver a high quality space for generations to come. Thank you for your consideration of our application to complete this important park. Again, the park includes an accessible walking path, amphitheater stage and seating, and a unique hillside playground expansion. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Great, thank you, Tiffany. All right, questions or feedback on this project? Rebecca, go ahead.
Nice. It's a great presentation, Tiffany. One question I had is on the budget slide. Your application in Prism says 1,050,000, and then your budget slide said 2.2 million. So that inconsistency stuck out to me, and I wasn't really clear what you were. Where the RCO funding is going to be. I mean, I know the project pieces, but be helpful to know a little bit more, like kind of break this up a little bit, like what's RCO funding and what's Pierce County funding, and then it just didn't understand why.
I think you may be looking at the budget for Gagne, which is my next presentation.
Oh, you're right. I am. I apologize.
I
Okay.
my heart
It's
skipped
like-
for a minute there, but that number sounded familiar.
Like, what's wrong?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely happy to add the RCO match
Okay,
in
you're
here
right.
to show the
you.
difference. Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Mary.
Well, that kind of follow on to the previous comment. Yeah, if you could just pull them separately, the RCO funding. But I also wanted to say I really liked, I think it was slide 6, where you showed the yellow outline and everything within that yellow.
Oh, I think Mary
lost Mary for a minute.
Oh, sorry. It's windy here. I live out in the country. I live in the woods here. One of the slides showed the area that the walking trail is yellow and everything within that yellow area. There it is. Sorry, slide 4. I really liked that because it highlighted what the funding would be going for, and showing it in the big picture with everything else that's already existing. So just kudos on the map. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I think one of your slides showed site suitability, but that's not a requirement for development, right?
Correct. That might be one of the acquisition. Oh yeah, here you go. The next one.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah, so you won't
Nice
actually
job.
need to answer. Yeah, good catch, Jeff. I didn't even notice that. Ann, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, Ann.
Sorry. Can you go to the end? I feel like I missed the sustainability. Okay, and then was there a cost efficiencies?
I think I think this is the cost efficiency slide, and the little tag on the top got dropped when I dropped the photo in. So I'll fix that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Other thoughts or ideas?
We have a moment. I would love to ask a question.
Yeah, we've got a little extra time. Go ahead.
I think I was a little quick on time, maybe at 9 minutes or so. So I've got a little bit of space there. Is there anything missing or anything that I could expand upon that would be helpful?
This is Corey. I'll throw in that I think you could spend more time talking about the need. That's about 25% of the overall scoring criteria. So talking more about that is always helpful.
Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah, spend a little more time on the criteria that are worth more points. Yeah, you're about 3.5 minutes under, so you definitely have a little time. Not that you have to use every second, sometimes less is more. Keep it simple and clear and easy for you want it easy for evaluators to understand so they can score the project. David, go ahead.
Yeah, I may have missed it too, but walking proximity to populations, if there's population density, I did catch that you talked about access by transit, which is great, but just how many people would be served within 10 minutes walking from the site?
And go ahead.
I really struggled with this map. I feel like it didn't get its story across to me, so I don't know. I don't know really what to say to improve it, but I just kind of struggled with it. I guess I'll say leave it at that.
Yeah, no, that's helpful feedback. I don't think I described what was happening in the map, and that may have been the gap there.
Yeah, and I don't see, is the park on here? I was expecting to see like a, yellow
Is, and
stars.
I should have put a star on it or something. It's the green square kind of right in the center.
This guy here?
A little to the left,
This one?
right there. Yep.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So this is Meridian. Yeah, I mean, you could overlay, just slap a label on there or whatever, and circle this. Right, and then boil down what it is you're trying to convey with this graphic.
Absolutely. I can zoom that in quite a bit and tell a better story there.
Yeah. And I'm not sure, I don't think I saw pictures of like the proposed playground elements. Sometimes it's nice to see, especially when this is a little unique. It's not kind of a standard playground. It's something built into the hillside. You got some sort of slide idea that you're thinking about. If you can find, maybe it's just a rendering or maybe some example pictures, that can be helpful to show us what you're thinking about.
Cool.
All right, anything else before we move on to the next one? Okay, Tiffany, you presenting the next one as well?
I am.
Okay. Get that. All right, there we go. You see that?
Yes, I can.
Cool. All right, I'll give control back to you. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. Make sure that works.
All right.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, good afternoon again. I'm Tiffany Odell. I'm the planning supervisor for Pierce County Parks. Thank you for the opportunity to present our grant request for $500,000 to develop a new accessible playground at Gagne Playfield. Gagne Playfield is located in the Parkland area of unincorporated Pierce County, just south of Tacoma city limits. This playfield was established in the 1950s by a community organization and deeded to Pierce County. The park is heavily used but has fallen into disrepair with aging and outdated infrastructure. Pierce County is committed to renovating the entire park, and this playground grant will allow us to build a unique and accessible playground that reflects the strong desires of the community, particularly youth who were heavily involved in the playground and overall park renovation concept. Gagne Playfield is a local park. It generally serves the area between State Route 512 and Military Road. You can kind of see the yellow circle on the map here. On the west side of State Route 7. That being said, there are no other parks located south of Tacoma city limits, so it's likely that Gagne has a wider catchment area. The park has not received major investments since its development in the 1950s, other than some, playground replacements and some minor things like that. It's located in a historically underserved community characterized by higher poverty and diversity and poorer health outcomes than Pierce County as a whole. The current playground and other park features are in disrepair, and Pierce County is planning to renovate the entire site. This grant will replace the existing playground with an accessible playground that includes both traditional and nature-based play options. Requested $500,000 grant will provide 50% match for replacement of the existing playground with an accessible design that features both traditional and nature play elements. The county's larger project will concurrently renovate the entire site, including replacing the restroom, adding a park shelter, walking paths, basketball courts, multi-purpose playfields, and updating park infrastructure. And these are some of the play features that we're proposing along the bottom and the current playground structure. I actually need to get a better photo. A couple of these slides are boarded up right now because the slides have been damaged, and we're looking to bring some very cool playground equipment in here. Gagne Playfield was established as a recreational site in the 1950s. It's been a spot for community celebrations, family gatherings, and athletics for generations for the Parkland community. The site's relatively flat and currently developed with a playground, restroom, basketball courts, and ball fields, all of which are beyond their useful life at this time and ready for replacement. The site is strongly valued by the community, and they desire its revitalization. Upon visiting the site, the project team was actually surprised to find that the site has an amazing view of Mount Rainier. It's kind of hidden from the back of the site. I actually played there as a child, and I didn't realize that it had a Mount Rainier view, so it was kind of fun to go out and see that. The conceptual design has taken into account the view corridor and oriented all of the new site amenities to highlight the views of the mountain. Gagne Playfield is a local park. It generally serves the west side of Parkland, an area with a population of about 40,000 people, so equivalent to about a medium-sized city. The grant funding will support development of an accessible playground, the first of its kind in Parkland. The county is investing in renovation of the full site, introducing accessibility and safety improvements throughout the site, including a walking loop, raised pedestrian crossing, and ADA improvements. Project budget was developed by a contracted licensed landscape architect and confirmed by Pierce County's project management team. The site design is nearing completion and was recently submitted for permitting. The overall site renovation cost is estimated about $5.74 million, while the grant request is limited to just the playground and the surrounding surfacing, with a total construction cost for those elements of $1.05 million. Pierce County expects to break ground on full site renovation next summer and complete construction of all elements in approximately 1 year by mid-2028. Gagne Playfield is a beloved community amenity, which became apparent when we were contacted by students and faculty at nearby Gates High School about a leadership class project proposal to master plan the site. That contact happened in 2023, about 6 months before we were actually scheduled to start master planning the site. It came as a surprise to us and a happy coincidence. The class did a survey of their peers and community to inform a park concept. And we used that as a jumping off point when we started master planning the site. We followed their project with a community survey, reviewed their proposed concepts, and looked at community needs. We had really great participation in that survey across the community. We also worked with a very cool project that's been happening in Pierce County called the Action Mapping Project. And it's led by a team out of UW-Tacoma to work with local youth to kind of work on placemaking and understanding how youth experience their community using geographic information systems. So we were able to pull data directly from middle and high school students in the community to understand where they were spending time and to see specific comments about challenges at Gagne Playfield and what they liked about Gagne Playfield, whether they were using the space, which is unique and very cool. We also worked with the county's 1% for Arts team to identify community interest in arts installations on the site, and worked with the Parkland Blue Zones team to engage the community, especially those with low English proficiency. This is an area that I think we're a bit over 10% non-English speaking. As you can see, we asked the community what would bring them to Gagne more often. So this is, I think, a good representation of the type of feedback that we saw, where we're really seeing a mix of just kind of new and improved amenities, as well as safety improvements. There were some challenges with safety on the site that we're also addressing through design. So, following the master plan work by students at Gates, we, as I mentioned, collected surveys from more than 300 local residents, most of them in the immediate area. We also did in-person surveys on busy summer days at the park. And we sent out mailers to the folks that lived in that catchment area that I highlighted earlier in the presentation. Let's see, survey results strongly supported the new playground. And Pierce County plans to implement the top 5 amenities that were identified by the community, including field sports, open lawn, sports courts, and walking path, in addition to the new playground. These findings were also very consistent with what students at Gates High School identified, which was cool to see. As we moved into playground design, we worked with Blue Zones and the Franklin Pierce School District to engage students of all ages, working at a local elementary school, middle school, and high school, to look at mural designs and equipment preferences to make sure that the equipment selection created a space that youth of all ages wanted to spend time, not just younger kids that would spend time on a traditional playground. As you may have noticed, we have had absolutely amazing partners from start to finish on this project. Blue Zones has been a huge advocate for the project and continues to help us look for funding opportunities to bring even more of this project to the community. Franklin Pierce School District has worked closely with us and given us access to students, which, as you may know, is sometimes difficult to get. The Active Mapping Project has provided us with amazing data sources about how youth experience this community and what they desire for the community. And Forever Green Trails is assisting us with grant writing and community engagement support. The Tacoma Pierce County Health Department through their Parkland area of focus, and then the Parkland Spanway Rotary have also been awesome partners for community engagement and just encouragement as we move this project forward. The Gagne Playfield project proposes to revitalize an existing playfield, not just to improve safety and access to recreation in the community, but to make the site more sustainable by investing in native plants, especially pollinator-friendly species, and plant more trees. The Parkland community continues to be impacted by urban heat island effect, and while the census block that Gagne is located in has a high urban tree canopy due to its proximity to the forested areas adjacent to JBLM, in reality, it sits on the edge of 2 census blocks that are below the 15th percentile in urban tree canopy. The park has some great old trees. We plan to protect those trees as well as plant new trees to enhance shade opportunity, promote disease resistance and climate adaptability by selecting additional species there. The site is also being considered for a community garden, which would increase access to healthy food, and community recreation opportunities like the new walking path would provide an accessible space for people to take to exercise safely in a neighborhood that's characterized by a lack of sidewalks and safe places to walk. Gagne Playfield design is 90% complete and has begun permitting. Pierce County plans to break ground by next summer and complete the project by summer of 2028. We are working closely with the community and our partners to identify additional funding opportunities to support this important project and to make sure we deliver a high-quality space for generations to come. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to building this really special place for the Parkland community. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Tiffany. Questions or feedback on this project? Melissa, go ahead.
Just to reiterate, site suitability is not required for this. But mostly my question was in regard to whether or not a management plan for the increased vegetation is going to be put in place. And then also it'd be nice to know how many like trees would be trees and what like, you know, bushes, flowers, whatever, what type of vegetation is actually going to be planted. I can kind of see from the landscape plan right here, but it'd be cool to see the data.
Sure. Yeah. And we have an amazing natural lands team. Pierce County manages close to 5,500 acres of parklands, much of which are natural areas. So they develop stewardship plans for all of our parks and management plans for that our maintenance teams follow for management, especially of native vegetation and habitat areas.
Yeah, I would definitely put that in there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Rebecca, go ahead and Ann.
My comment comes around data points. You spoke to a lot of data points, but there were occasionally times where I wanted to see them on the slide, either in the local priorities section or I think it was in the design fit. You mentioned something like 40,000 something. You know, like I couldn't. There was a. I think having. I mean, you have great pictures, but it'd be helpful, like in this, like if there's the amount of users, is it going to be impacted? You know, the needs of the community, those kinds of things are not didn't pop out the way I know that they actually do in this area. So just if there's a way for you to emphasize that, whether that's in your introduction or your need slides, that might be good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
I think it would have been helpful in the budget section to just have a quick little table of what the pieces of the budget are, you know, kind of line items of what's the playground. I don't remember seeing, yeah, so that you have like a very general overview, but yeah. I don't know. I feel like other projects we've seen that have more of a table of the items that make up the budget. I thought would.
I think my last one actually had a table, so I'll look
Okay.
to that sort of format. Thank you.
And then in the sustainability, I think you mentioned some things that are outside of like potential future things, but they're not in the scope of this project. So either clarify that they are, or I'm not sure that you get the points for those. That's all I had. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ann. All right, other thoughts on this project? All right. Looks like we're good. Thanks, Tiffany. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, you'll be getting some written feedback as well from when your grants manager returns the application.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Looks like, is Mike here? Looks like, I think so.
Yeah, I sure am.
All right. Welcome. Let me pull up your PowerPoint.
Thanks, Carl. My apologies, my camera doesn't work, and I'm terrified to take my laptop down to IT. So I'm going without a camera for a little while.
Yeah.
I think we can all relate.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, let me play this. Can you see that now?
I sure can, yeah. Hey, Carl, is Aaron on the Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah,
yep.
Great. Okay, good.
Yeah, he's here listening in and we'll help jot down some notes for you.
Great, thanks.
Do you want me to pass you control or you want me to just advance the slides for you? Either way is fine.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Carl?
Okay.
That'd be great.
Just say next and yeah. Okay, Mike, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready to get started. So yeah, thank you guys on the review panel, and thank you RCO for this technical review. It's always helpful to have this ahead of the formal presentations. So I'm Mike Caputa. I'm the director of the Chelan County Natural Resources Department. I'm going to be talking with you today about the Malaga Waterfront Park Development Project. So this is the third round that we have submitted an application to local parks for this project. We were successful in 22 and 24 with acquisition grants for the park, and now we're submitting for development. I'll just say in advance, and Carl, I don't know if you had provided if everybody's seen the presentations in advance. This one is unfinished. There's a couple things that I'm still addressing in here, and we also have a little bit of a shift on this project that I want to talk to you about as well, and I could use some input and some advice from the review panel on how we should address it in the presentation. I think Aaron could be helpful for that presentation as well. So yes, go ahead, Carl.
Well, I was just saying, yeah, if we have time to get into that, we will.
Yeah,
and
okay.
it's fine. If you have a few slides that are placeholders, that's fine. We've seen a few of that.
Yeah, I do, and a couple of them are misnumbered, and yeah. So anyway, we can work through it just fine. So, yeah. So Malaga Waterfront Park. Next slide. Yeah, so welcome roughly to the geographic center of Washington. So this is Malaga is an unincorporated community south of the city of Wenatchee. It's located on the Columbia River. And it's about 10 miles south of the city of Wenatchee. Next slide. For the site location map, a couple things I want to point out here. So you can see the yellow polygon for the location of the Malaga Waterfront Park. Couple features in this area that I also wanted to point out. First, I have the Malaga LAMIRD, the limited area of more intense rural development, identified here in the Malaga area. And I had presented this map last time as well. And so the counties I had identified this as a LAMIRD for planning purposes. There are higher levels of density and infill that are allowed in a LAMIRD under the Growth Management Act. We had foreshadowed back then, and we've moved forward now with establishing an urban growth area in Malaga. So as part of our county comprehensive plan, we are moving forward with establishing Malaga as an urban growth area. This area has also recently, roughly in the same boundaries, although I'll have the exact boundaries, has also been established by our Port of Chelan County as a tax increment area for tax increment financing, which essentially kind of freezes the property taxes sort of in time, and then all the future value for the next 20 years is then put into this tax increment financing mechanism and is invested then into the community. And so in this case, there's quite a bit of fund, a couple $100 million of funding that's going to be invested in what's going to be the Malaga UGA. So things like a sewer study, having a wastewater treatment plant, and the Malaga Waterfront Park is on that list for investments as well. So I'll get to that at the end when I talk about cost efficiencies. But I did want to sort of paint this picture of kind of what's going on in Malaga. Next slide. So here's the project that if you've been on the review panel before, you've seen this particular map. So it's a waterfront park. We have 3 water access areas upstream to the left. And so moving from left to right, we have a hand launch area, and then the second circle is the motorized boating facility, and then the third one is the swimming area. There are trails throughout. There's parking. There are picnic shelters. There are group shelters. There's a playground. Moving again from left to right, and some viewpoints down there. You enter the park in between those 2 long Guinea properties that we own. You cross over the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railways line there. That's a public crossing under a public crossing BNSF Railways permit. What you can see on the background here too is we did a flow velocity analysis on the Columbia River to identify suitable areas for the water features on this as well. So that was incorporated into the design. So next slide. I feel pretty good about the first criteria, the need and the local priorities. We have a lot of detailed information on a number of plans and the basis for establishing the park here. I'd say the big one was when we completed our Plain County Shoreline Master Program, we had a public access inventory that we did countywide, and it identified Malaga as the community in most need of shoreline access. Projects also been identified in the County Comprehensive Plan, the Malaga Vision Plan, and the Multimodal Pathways Plan, which is a plan that was initiated by our Chelan-Douglas Transportation Council. That's our metropolitan transportation planning organization. And that plan has been completed. And we've been submitting build grants to extend the Apple Capital Loop Trail down to the Malaga Waterfront Park. And I'll have a slide that'll show you a nice map of that. Next slide. We use some standard level of service standards when we developed the public access plan under the SMP. Next slide. And so we did a pretty thorough analysis countywide. In the formal presentation, I'll go into a little more detail on these, but I wanted to spend some time at the end talking about some of the some more of the project details. Next slide. The takeaway on this slide is that if for the Malaga area, you can see those 3 bullet points. There are no acres of shoreline parks, no miles of shoreline trails, and no boating facilities within 15 miles here. So, ironically, it's on the Columbia River, and yet there's no public access to the Columbia River. Next slide. There are references in a number of planning documents about this specific project and the need for shoreline public access. Next slide. The Malaga Vision Plan. Next slide. This is the Plain County Multimodal Pathways Plan, which has now been completed. If you're familiar with Wenatchee, if you've been here, we have a wonderful Apple Capital Loop Trail, and the core of the trail is about a 10.5-mile loop in red, running from Wenatchee down south across the Columbia River, then up north, south, depending on which way you're going, in Douglas County. Yeah, thank you. Then there's an extension to the north that goes up to Rocky Reach Dam, and then there's an extension on the east side to number 5, and then we're trying to build the new extension from Wenatchee to Malaga. So the waterfront park will be the trailhead terminus or the beginning, depending on where you start, and an extension of the Apple Capital Loop Trail. We've competed really well for the build grants. We have not quite gotten over the finish line on that, but we're hoping that second time's a charm for that one. Next slide. We went through an extensive public engagement process, and we continue to do that. One of our partners is the Malaga Calacum Community Council, and we've had a number of workshops and public engagement opportunities of all sorts and flavors and varieties. And it's really been wonderful, frankly, to get to talk with people specifically about their desires and wishes and what kind of features they'd like to see in a waterfront park. Next slide. lots of questions, lots of surveys in English and in Spanish at different community events, online, on paper. We did it in a variety of ways so that there weren't any barriers for people to be able to participate as we gathered input. Next slide. Just more visualization of how we, the different methods that we use to just try to get people's direct feedback about what would you like to see out there. Next slide. More of that. There were some slight differences, I'd say, between the Hispanic community and the non-Hispanic community in terms of priorities, and all of these values are reflected in the features in the park. Next slide. And I told a little story last time about Spexman. Spexman is locally known as Goose Rock out in the middle of the Columbia River, but Spexman is a mythological Colville tribe creature, a river creature in the Columbia River. And there's actually a book on Spexman. And so we've worked with the Colville tribes to incorporate Spexman. Spexman's right offshore from the waterfront park. And actually Spexman is quite large. It goes all the way down to Rock Island Dam, and it goes up the hill up towards Mission Ridge. So really interesting stories about that. Next slide. Yeah, and a more direct engagement with the community. And here, we have the difference between sort of non-Hispanic or Caucasian priorities and Hispanic priorities, all of which are reflected in the park. Next slide. A lot of partnerships here. We had listed these partners. Chelan County PUD is dedicating some funds for their relicensing of Rock Island Dam on the Columbia River. Microsoft has built a data center in Malaga. Helion, we have a potential fusion facility. They're also likely going to contribute to this. So a number of partnerships on this project. Next slide. I have yet to address the sustainability slide, but I will get to that. Next slide. In terms of cost efficiencies, we have really kind of three main funding partners for the project, in addition to WWRP funding. Chelan County has dedicated a few $1 million to the project. Chelan County PUD has likewise allocated funding to the project, and the Port of Chelan County has identified the project on their list of implementation projects for the tax increment financing. So all told, between those three funders, that gets us to about $12 to $14 million, which leaves us just shy of the total amount that we need. Next slide. One thing I did want to share with you is that if you've seen this project before, and you saw my first slide that described the project, we actually have an opportunity. We've been working with RCO to move the park downriver. When we did the original waterfront park site assessment, we always knew that we would be entering the park across that BNSF Railways public crossing. There were a number of properties that we looked at for the park site. The ones that we acquired were the ones that were available. There were also some downriver that we had considered, but they were not available at the time. And they're pretty good for a park as well. In fact, they can be slightly better than what we have. And so the county actually purchased those properties last year. And we did a site comparison study. We hired Pacific Engineering and Seafried Studios to basically evaluate if we could move all of the park features to the new location. And in fact, and this is what we kind of knew 5 years ago, there's slightly more room for the proposed park. There's also a little more room for expansion in the new area. There's less grading there, and it's potentially more cost effective. I think the jury's still out on that, but we've gotten some preliminary approval from RCO to consider substituting the properties from upstream to downstream. Next slide.
And Mike, you're just a few minutes over time, so
oh, okay.
Just want to wrap up your.
Yeah, I will. I'm very close here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we're considering doing, right? So we've identified, and Aaron Johnson helped put this together, right? We're the two grants to the left, 22, 1325, and 24, 1949. We're going to sort of remove those and add the ones downriver. And you can just see, like, I can tell you, one, it's flatter in the red parcels, and also it's a little bit wider. Let me show you something. Next slide. Yeah, and so we have done the full sort of design comparison and had Pacific Engineering come up with this. So I realize I didn't give you any details today on the park features, but I will be sure to do that, of course, in the full presentation later. But it all works really well here, and so we're pleased to see this play out this way. Next slide. I think I'm almost done. Yeah, so here's our schedule. We'll complete the design probably earlier than April 2027. Our first phase will be to improve that crossing at the BNSF Railways line. We have a Federal Railroad Administration grant to do that. Phase 2 would be the upland park features in 2028. Those features will be more detailed in the final presentation. Those are the subject of the local parks grant. And then phase 3 would be the water-based park features. So motorized boat launch, swimming area, and launch. We're getting a design cost here to go to final design shortly. And our estimated construction cost is about $15 million. Next slide. I think I'm almost done here, Carl. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, and this, I just wanted to, if you've seen this before, this area, this is the BNSF crossing that we're still going to use. This is the old phase 1, right? So you'll still come across here and then go to what looks to us as the left, but you take a right-hand turn and go down to get to this area. So other direction. Yeah, there you go. So.
Oh yeah, tremendous.
Yeah. So Carl, that's my last slide. I know that I wasn't sure with Aaron how I should present the substitution, but I didn't want folks to be surprised in the presentation that you will see a familiar park, but it will be different because the location's different.
Yeah, thanks. There are a few folks on the committee from last time, but there's several new folks. So okay. I think now that you've shared that, we're good. And then in your final, just bring, here's the new site, here's the proposal, the site plan, the scope, and you don't have to worry about trying to tell that story because yeah, that's all behind the scenes stuff that we're working with the county on making that happen.
Yeah. We just got approval on that about a week and a half ago. So that's why we're a little bit in this transition period. So
yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Kyle, we got just a few minutes here. If I don't think we'll have time for much Q&A today, Mike, just because we're running out of time. But if folks have some feedback or comments, I know it's a little challenging because of like you said, the transition this proposal is going through. But Ann, go ahead.
I would just say to be sure that you're doing your presentation in the order of the criteria. Make it really easy for us on the committee of address, scope first or need first and then scope and, do them in order. And I think you skipped some, like, I don't think there was a scope or a fit or a budget. And then for your engagement, I maybe missed who were your audiences? How did you find people that you were asking and maybe just emphasize that a little bit better? That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, this name looks familiar. Dave Stahlheim. Okay, Dave.
Hey, Mike, it's been a day or two.
Yes, it has.
Yeah. Just as I was going through the budget, it's a big park with water access, but it looks like the local parks wouldn't be doing any of the water access features, but it's a big part of it. So there's kind of a need to kind of show the context. So, showing the other boat launches along the Columbia, going up to, following the Apple Capitol Loop Trail and stuff like that to show the other water access points. But then also just a little bit of the context of Malaga and can people walk and get across the railroad lines there from any of the housing developments that are in that area. So if this serves any of the local community, I think it's good to kind of see how that might fit it. But it's probably envisioned more as a regional park and that purpose. But
Yeah, I sure will.
Yeah, good. Thanks, David. Other thoughts on this one? Rebecca.
Yeah, I would just say tighten it up and have some talking points and just kind of follow the script so that it stays within the time limit.
Yeah, I sure will. I had my last time. I had it down to 9 minutes and 43 seconds, I think. So I just have to train myself to do that again.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think someone mentioned just sort of be clear on what's the scope of this grant versus future phases, because I think we're talking this would be a motorized boat launch, and so we're talking about the potential of applying for one of our other grants for that, and then water access features might be in a different grant. So yeah, so just be real clear. Okay, here's the local park stuff. Here's other stuff.
Yeah, we're going to color code everything. We're already working on that, so appreciate that.
Cool, great. All right. Well, thanks, Mike. And yeah,
thank
please,
you guys.
Follow up with Aaron, and he can reach out to me if needed for as we're working through this.
Great. Thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
All righty. Thanks, Mike. All right. Thanks, everyone. I think where are we at? 3:20. We're a little ahead of schedule again by a few minutes. So come on back we'll have 3 more starting at 3:40. See you in a bit. All righty, welcome back, everybody. 3 more presentations today, starting with Shoreline. And let's see, who's here from Shoreline today? Presenting this one.
Hello, everybody. My name's Nick Moore. I'm here.
Hey, Nick, thanks for joining us. And you can see your presentation okay on the screen?
I sure can. So I kind of read it. I mean, I can't present from my screen and then advance there or ask you to do it, or are you going to give me control?
Whatever you prefer. I can either hand you control or I can advance the slides for you, whatever your preference is.
Can I share my screen? That would be my preference.
No, we've got them all like preloaded on
Okay.
our end here. So
Okay, then I'll go ahead and advance them for me, please.
oh, okay, will do. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, so we'll get going. So my name's Nick Bohr. I'm the Parks Fleet Facilities Manager in the city of Shoreline, and I'm presenting on the Paramount School Playground renovation, project 26-1491. Next slide. Paramount School Park is located in the city of Shoreline, the city in the northwest King County, Washington. Next slide. The park is in the Ridgecrest neighborhood of Shoreline, which is in the southeast corner of the city, just east of I-5. Next slide. Here's an overhead photo of the site. This park is a cross between a neighborhood park and a community park, serving many members of the community and surrounding neighborhood with unique recreational opportunities. This project will replace aging play equipment and with more inclusive and accessible play equipment, remove physical barriers, and mitigate drainage issues within the project area. This project is identified in the Parks Capital Improvement Plan and part of the Play Area Replacement Program. The current amenities were installed at different times, and I'm going to expand on that a little bit later. This project will bring all the components onto the same replacement schedule and provide for a more cohesive design. This project also aligns with the city's Parks Facilities ADA transition plan, which was adopted just last year in 2025, and furthering accessibility to all parks. Next slide. Shoreline is currently undergoing an unprecedented and transformative level of development. The Shoreline South 148th Street station area, so the light rail station, has been rezoned for higher density transit-orientated development, which is apparent in the slide here. It's experiencing rapid growth and expansion with commercial and residential development projects currently under construction. The growth center has a potential capacity to add up to 20,000 housing units in the immediate vicinity. Additionally, the city's recent enacted inclusionary zoning requirements has recently enacted inclusionary zoning requirements and anticipate nearly 20% of these units to be affordable. All this growth leads to increased in demand for access to green space and outdoor recreation. Paramount School Park is 6 blocks from the light rail station and directly adjacent to the denser mixed-use zoning areas. Next slide. This chart demonstrates significant gaps in access to parks and other outdoor recreation spaces for Shoreline residents that does not align. And this doesn't necessarily align with the space availability section of the rating criteria that you guys have seen. Neighborhoods in red have the lowest acres of open space per 1,000 residents. Ridgecrest has the 5th lowest acres per resident with 4.4 acres for that neighborhood, as opposed to the 7.7 acres average for the entire city. Other nearby recreation opportunities include Paramount Open Space to the southeast with a natural open area and nature trails. Twin Ponds Park to the west with open space, nature trails, sports field, tennis court, community gardens, and a play area. I want to note that that is on the west side of Interstate 5, which is a significant barrier for this neighborhood. To the south, across 145th, is Seattle Park's Jackson Park Golf Course. And to the northeast is Ridgecrest Park with a play area, dog off leash area, and loop trail, and a handball court, the only one in the city. And finally, Northcrest Park to the north with nature trails and a play area. U.S. Census estimates indicate the city's population has increased nearly 13% from 2020 to 2024, with much of that population growth within the I-5 corridor in the Ridgecrest neighborhood. Next slide. Paramount School Park is located in an area of shoreline identified as overburdened community, highly impacted by air pollution by the Washington State Department of Ecology. And this emphasizes the need for quality recreation opportunities. No monitors are currently located within these boundaries at that part of the ecology network. However, air quality modeling indicates possible elevated levels of PM 2.5. While other environmental justice tools like Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool and the Environmental Justice Index do not identify this area as a disadvantage or highly impacted, both the Environmental Health Disparities Map and the EG Screen identified small pockets of vulnerable populations, including people of color, the linguistically isolated, and low-income populations. Some additional demographics of this area: 18% of the students at Ridgecrest Elementary are English language learners, 30% are from low-income families, and 50% are a race other than white. Next slide. Here's an aerial photograph of the park showing the general layout with features, including some of the major features. There's a reservable picnic area, which you can see on the far left there. There's 9 picnic tables throughout the park in various locations. You can see the restrooms there, just adjacent to the play area and the parking lot. Next slide. Additional park amenities include the playground itself. Much of this play area footprint at Paramount School Park is original to the Shoreline School District and was supported by King County in the early 1990s. So this original site is still school district property, but this original site was, that footprint is what the school playground was. The play area featured design for the 2 to 5-year-olds was installed in 2004, very old. And the features designed for the 5 to 12-year-olds was last replaced in 2012. Additionally, the city's only skate park is at this park. Next closest one is the Lake City Skate Spot, which is 2.5 miles away. There's nearly a half mile of ADA accessible paved trails and various benches throughout the park. Next slide. It also includes 2 baseball/softball fields, one of which is reversible or reservable. And one thing I want you to note on the picture on the right there, notice the fence and the footing that is dividing the play area in half. It separates the 2 to 5 and the 5 to 12. We'd like to take that out. Next slide. Here's a rendering of a potential future design. The playground at Paramount School Park is one of the most heavily used playgrounds in the city. As demonstrated earlier, this park is located in a dense neighborhood community that is expected to grow in population in the next 5 to 10 years and beyond. The project will prioritize accessible features, fostering inclusion and ensuring outdoor recreation is accessible to children of all abilities. The PROSA plan outlines the need for 12 additional playgrounds, spreading it across existing and potentially new parks. Next slide. Multiple concepts have been explored, with this offering improved accessibility by incorporating 16 accessible ground level activities, 22 accessible elevated activities, replacing the engineered wood fiber surface with play turf, installing an accessible basket seat swing. If awarded, the city estimates completion of development activities with the park opening to the public in December of 2028. Next slide. There you go. The park itself is highly accessible with 9 ADA parking spots, 6 near the playground and 3 near the skate park on the northeast end of the park. The flat paved loop trail around the park and open space provides ample opportunities and space for outdoor recreation. Note the barrier between the school age and the play area and the toddler play area features. This project will remove that, and you can see that kind of in the half oval, almost like a moon shape there. And then also note the accessible paths. We're looking at adding an accessible path to the swing area. Right now, one does not exist. And to get slopes, we go off that where it's drawn there. Next slide. The project will feature the inclusion of multiple benches within the project area, which offers a place for caretakers and visitors alike to build community, engage with their neighbors. Next slide. The existing paved pathway along the perimeter of the project area presents challenges. The area to the east of the main play area is low and holds water during the winter, making passage difficult at best. This project would regrade that area to allow for sheet flow into the turf, mitigating the problem while avoiding stormwater system impacts. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of the project budget. Estimated development project is $950,000. We have requests for $475,000 from RCO. These cost estimates were determined by partnering with an experienced contractor and include natural resources, permitting, project management, and development costs for all features identified. If this grant is awarded under contract, the city will move forward with permitting process, with the project becoming construction ready in early to mid 2028. Next slide. Public engagement for development of the PROSA plan reached out to about 3,600 shoreline residents. A variety of equity-based outreach opportunities were utilized. Of the 800 shoreline residents who participated in the online survey, 73% were white, 27 identified as non-white. This plan guides our engagement efforts. Outreach to the shoreline community at large was done through constituent conversations. Also, interviews, intercept events, focus groups, an online survey, interactive map, and open houses in the community. Next slide. As indicated, the vision for this project is to redesign and develop an accessible playground for park users of all abilities. In that light, the city will add the projects to the project's website, hold community meetings, target key stakeholders and community groups, invite public comment on designs for the Paramount School Park playground redesign, and focus on diversity and inclusion throughout the process. Next slide. In addition to community outreach in neighborhoods within a 1 mile radius of Paramount School Park, the city will reach out to the Ridgecrest Neighborhood Association, an active neighborhood association, to partner with and support for the project. The Shoreline Parks Recreation and Cultural Service / Tree Board expressed support for this project. Additionally, in 2025, the Green Shoreline Partnership and Planting for a Better Tomorrow organizations partnered to plant over 80 trees in this park, showing investment in all areas of the park. Shoreline hosts community work projects at this through the Green Shoreline Program, and the Shoreline will always be looking for opportunities for partnerships with local businesses and park stewards. Next slide. Synthetic turf is the preferred surface to reduce maintenance and maximize longevity. Drainage improvements pointed out earlier will include grade adjustments, mitigating ponding by raising the paved path to allow for sheet flow into the turf area. This will avoid trenching and piping in the stormwater system, thus reducing impacts to the city stormwater system. Next slide. The city is receiving a 10% discount from Northwest Playground equipment on playground equipment. That's reflected in this application. And another way to mitigate costs is the drainage by doing the grading and not trenching and running to a catch basin quite a distance away. We're reducing costs that way also. And next slide. That's it. I appreciate the opportunity to present and welcome feedback.
Great, thank you, Nick. All right, suggestions, comments for Shoreline? Corey, go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. Good presentation. We appreciate it. One thing I wanted to throw out there was I would like to know, how is the playground going above ADA compliance and stepping into inclusive design principles? That's just articulating that for the playground would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Mary, go ahead, and then Ann.
Beautiful renderings there. Looks like a fun place to play. I did want to say on slide, I think it's 18 or 16, the budget. The budget breakdown was really nicely done, but I wasn't sure what the grant money would be funding in that breakdown of items. Yeah, this slide here. How is the requested funding amount going to be used? Was my question. And there's a couple ways you could do it: is color code the lines, or just put another column on the side as a grant funded percentage or something like that.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a great question. I really appreciate. I mean, it would be part of the play equipment, and construction, and then it would either we would increase scope or we would be able to fund something else, or you put funding elsewhere.
Yeah, and maybe make it a little bit bigger.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
looking
sorry
at
about that. Yeah,
comment.
that's a great point. I was when I was practicing this, I was looking at that. I'm like, oh, I should have done better than that. Oh, appreciate it.
No, I'm looking at this on the laptop
Yeah.
screen, so it's a little
Sorry
on the
about that.
tiny side. Hey, not a
Sorry.
problem at all. Good job, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Ann.
It would have been helpful to me to understand the name and the ownership sooner, because I spent probably way too much time and energy focused on, is this a school project? Is it a city project? Why is the city presenting a school project? And I think if you had been able to answer that question up front, I would have, been able to move on and
Oh, I'm
focus a little
sorry
bit
about yeah.
better.
Okay, I'll put that right at the beginning of the. Thank you very much. Great input. Thank you.
And then slide 7, you talked about it being an area highly impacted by air pollution. And that made me wonder, is that a place where we should be encouraging outdoor recreation? I don't know. It just
Yeah, I thought about that too, but I think when there is, I think it's
if you could have other statistics that show the need.
Okay, and
maybe
so
not
yeah,
have
all
to
right,
use
that
that
makes
one.
sense. I appreciate that.
And then the other thing is, I feel like you could add some more slides. You spent a lot of time like talking on some of the slides where you were talking about the distance to this and that, but didn't have a map to show us.
Okay.
So I think there's opportunity
And
to
then
add
I talked a lot in this one. Okay, and I'll break that up into more slides.
Yeah,
That
you were
makes
telling us
sense.
where the
Yep.
other parks are, but if you could just
Yeah.
have gone
On
to
this
another
slide.
slide that had a map,
I appreciate that.
that would really help. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, you spoke a bit about we're seeing a lot of playgrounds. And so when I looked at the images that you had of your playground, and you talked about it being replaced in 2012, what went through my mind was, what's your asset management plan? Like how frequently are you turning these things over? And
Yeah,
then,
Norman, that's a great question. Would it help to explain that?
Yeah,
Normally
I mean,
it's 15 to 20 years. This
think
would take, because we're trying to split the gap. So the tot lot is really, really old. This one's relatively, a little bit newer. We've had some problems with ones. We want to get it more cohesive, and
yeah, I think that would be helpful to
yeah.
tell that story.
Okay.
Just because it doesn't look, the 2012 one doesn't look quite as aged as the other one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great input. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I just I've noticed a couple of projects too, mentioning cultural resources being like $25,000, and I'm just trying to figure out, is there more extensive cultural resources happening on the site than typical, that would be required? It seems like a high amount to me.
I can certainly look into that and adjust that if I need to. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Nick, you could reach out to your grants manager about that. Costs, as probably a lot of for cultural resources, are going up and up. And we tell folks to be on the safe side, to build a little extra into your budget. Because just a survey is going to be, 10 to 15, your standards. So, but if it's a particularly sensitive area, it's going to go up from there. If you need to do monitoring plan or something, if you're in a really sensitive area. So, but your grant manager, Nick, can help you out, sort of vet that. Are you in kind of a high risk area, or maybe?
Yeah, and I don't think we are. So, okay, thank you very much. Yep.
Yeah, we want folks to ask for what they're going to need, right? Because you can't come back later and ask for a cost increase. So ask for what you need up front, but
Thank
yeah.
you.
Cameron, go ahead.
I think that kind of answered it because I was kind of curious about the high permit cost because we've been seeing it significantly lower with other projects. So I think you kind of answered that.
Yeah, so I think it's the drainage and stuff that we're going to look at and how we're going to do that.
Yeah, probably a fair amount of variation in permitting costs as well, depending on what you run into or what you have to do.
Well, and it's an old school site, and when they demo, they don't necessarily take all the rubble out of the ground, which may cause problems too. We don't know. I found that on other sites, so we're trying to be proactive about that.
Great. Any final thoughts on this one? All right. Well, thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. We'll see you again in August.
Thank you very much. You guys have a wonderful day.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yep.
All right, down to our last two from the city of Auburn. Looks like Thaniel is here. Are you presenting this one, Thaniel?
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome. You are our closer for day two.
All right. Sorry if I'm sweating a little bit. We were just doing our groundbreaking for our new downtown theater and park, so I ran back from there, and so.
Oh, nice, nice. No worries. Okay, I'm pulling up your presentation. Looks like we're starting with Veterans. Veterans Memorial Park. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you want me to advance the slides or hand you control? Whatever your preferences.
I don't use Zoom very much, so if you just want to advance them, that'd probably be easier.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just say next. And whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Well, good evening, afternoon, I suppose. I'm Thaniel Gauk. I'm the Parks Planning and Development Manager with the City of Auburn Parks Department. And so this grant is for Veterans Memorial Playground, which if you go to the next slide. It's located where Auburn's in South King County. And there's a map showing it there. Next slide. Just kind of zooming in a little bit. The image on the right is the city limits with the orange outline and kind of pointing to the site there. And then the image on the left is an aerial of the actual park boundary. We go to the next slide. So kind of zooming into the playground on the previous image, it showed the park outline, and there's a zoom in of the playground you can kind of see on the left. And then on the right is the site plan that our contractor, Miracle Playgrounds, put together for us for this new inclusive playground. Next slide. And so these are some pictures of the existing playground that's out there. You can see one obvious point to how old it is with the metal slide that's on the image on the left, and then you can see the different implements throughout that playground area. And next slide. So this is just kind of showing a image of our parks that are in the area. I apologize for that project site pointing to it on the image on the right. It should have been black, but it's white apparently. And so this is, yep, right there. So addressing kind of the needs for the local priorities. There's other playgrounds within a 15-minute walk or so of this playground, but they're not ADA accessible. The only ADA accessible or inclusive playground that we have is at Lescove Park, which is where I'm at right now, where our community center and library and museum is located. And as you could tell in the previous pictures, the playground is not accessible for people with mobility limitations. And we have a very high usage at this park, especially with high school students. Auburn High School is located right next to this park. But we have noticed that there's very minimal usage on the actual playground, just because we have pieces that are broken. And we can't get replacement parts for a lot of the things. Like if the slide were to get damaged, we wouldn't be able to get a replacement, so it would basically be blocked off. And then the image on the bottom, our Parks Recreation open space plan that we updated in 2023 to 24, identified the needs for playgrounds. And next slide. So project scope, so a description of the park. It's about 7.7 acres, and it's essentially flat. We have our veterans, as I mentioned, it's called Veterans Memorial Park. We have our Veterans Memorial celebrations every year, which I think we have the largest Veterans Parade this side of the Mississippi. We also have a rental building that we share with the American Legion's local office. There's an existing basketball court, a playground, obviously, and then we have a restroom building. So the image on the right is the grand opening of our inclusive playground here at Les Cove Park. That's just kind of a snapshot of what we're hoping to have at this park at Veterans. And so what we'd be doing is a new accessible playground, and obviously remove the existing one. Next slide. So this is the images on the right are a schematic, or I guess a rendering of what the proposed playground could be. We obviously haven't signed a contract, so we'd be looking at different options, but overall it'll be utilize the existing footprint, so we're not having to rip up concrete and all that kind of all those items. And then it has obviously inclusive play elements. So for instance, a child in a wheelchair would be able to get to several different play items or play structures. And this will also, for like a person who has a walker, this will provide it so that, if they're watching their kid or their grandson or something, that they'll be able to walk out to the playground and enjoy it with them. Our current this rendering here is quoted at 340,000. So our ask is for 50% of that, and then we'd use our existing King County Parks levy for the 50% match. And excuse me, no other site improvements are required. So as I mentioned, we'll be using the existing footprint. And the next slide. So kind of project engagement, as I mentioned, in 2023 and 24, we updated our pros plan, and we put out a survey in 9 different languages. We worked with the school district to use the most common languages used in the schools to get feedback on our pros plan update. And the map and kind of images on the right, those are from the Washington Tracking Network, showing how kind of disadvantaged this area is for like socioeconomic determinants, social vulnerability. Sorry about that. And just kind of showing the need for that there. And then the image, the picture is we put those, our survey for the pros plan update at all of our 30 plus parks to gather input. For this particular project, since we have funds set aside for playgrounds, playground improvements or replacements, we don't have any specific monetary donations or partnerships that we're working with, but we have worked with others like Kaboom grants, our local Rotary groups, or Optimus, American Legion, among others that we've done in the past. And then the playground that was in the previous slide there, it'll be designed so that it essentially serves the people that are in that neighborhood. And then, excuse me, when we get to, if we got the grant, we would get several quotes and different designs, renderings, and then present it to the local community to get feedback on what in particular they would like. And next slide. So talking about sustainability. So as I mentioned, we'll be using the existing footprint. So we're not having to, rip up concrete and put new curbing or sidewalks, walkways down, that type of thing. And then we'd be using poured-in-place rubber that's porous for the to deal with the stormwater. So instead of having puddles in our wood chips, I think the previous slide mentioned that same thing, that we'd have a poured in place where it's permeable, and then the stormwater would be dealt with essentially in that footprint. And next slide, please. So cost efficiencies, as I mentioned, we have 185,000 ready to go for our match on if we got the grant to do the replacement. And then a couple of pictures here just of our community support in general. Picture at the bottom is our clean sweep, which we do on Earth Day every year. We had, I think, 700 volunteers this past year. And then the images on the right were from a Kaboom grant that we did probably 15 or so years ago, just showing the community involvement there. Next slide. And that's all I have. These are a couple images of the park itself. You can see in the top right, that's the high school, Auburn High School's stadium that's right there. So it's, yeah, hopefully we will have a lot more younger children being able to visit the site with the new playground. And I would welcome any feedback or questions.
Great, thank you, Nathaniel. All right, David, why don't you start?
Yeah, I had a little disconnect between that the high school kids use the park the most, but you're asking for playground equipment. So trying to make sure that looks like you're trying to get more ages perhaps into the park, but trying to explain that. And then what do the kids do, the high school kids do when they go to the park, and making sure they have something that's perhaps constructive for them.
Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah. Like I mentioned, we have a lot of high school kids that they go play at the basketball court and just kind of hang around. But yeah, I can update it so it's clarifying that we're trying to get like younger kids and families to attend the park more. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Mary. Go ahead, and then Ann.
Looks like a really great project. I did have a question about the funding. You mentioned that the grant request was for 340,000, which was half of what the city was going to match. But you didn't do a breakdown of cost or where specifically that 340,000 was going to go. So that would be really helpful if you add that.
Yeah,
a little bit more detail.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'll clarify that on that. The ask is for 185,000 for the grant.
Oh,
and then,
okay.
Yeah, and then the city would be matching the other 50%, the other half of that 340,000. So that's
okay. So 340 is the total. You're
The
asking
total.
for 180.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's why I like charts.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Okay. Thank you.
Ann, go ahead, and then Rebecca.
So on the budget topic, I thought that seemed low, especially for poured in place. So I don't know if you said where you're getting the numbers from, but you want to make sure that you're not asking for too little.
Okay. Yeah, I uploaded the actual quote from our playground manufacturer, but I guess those aren't shared. But yeah, that the poured in place I think was 90,000 on top of the playground. So that's in the 340,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then some of your slides, you combined topics, and where it's better to have more slides where you go over less stuff. So just,
Okay.
just do, budget on a slide or slides and then do what comes after that. I know there were several that were combined, like you did engagement and partnerships all in one slide. So, here's another one. Yeah, budget and design, and
Gotcha.
it's just too much information to try to,
too much
if
text.
we're trying to read
Yeah.
that and listen to you and look at the maps and give us less stuff per slide.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Rebecca, and then Corey.
Yeah, on that same topic and your needs slide under local priorities, you had a very tiny graph of your pros plan data. That should be its own slide. You know, that you pull out if that's part of the need. And then I had a question around budget as well, because what's actually in Prism shows your request is 169,000, not 185,000. So that might just be a RCO question. And also wondering about the cost, because it does seem quite low. And
Would
then, yeah,
would
go
it
ahead.
be, I was gonna say, would it be helpful if I did like screenshots of our actual quote on a slide?
Not
I mean, it's a lot of
necessarily.
text, so maybe just clarify it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the only other thing was just you in your partnerships, you kind of said, well, we don't really have any, which it means we can't really give you any points. So I think you should highlight the partnerships that you've had historically, or some slide where you have, the organizations that you tend to work with. And it was clear in the very last slide that you have volunteers who are doing something. So those are partners, right? So bring those in to your partnership slide. Otherwise we can't give you any points.
Okay. Makes complete sense. Sorry, I'm just typing notes here too as you guys are talking.
Yeah. Go ahead, Corey, and then Jeff.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation. We always like seeing these. I wanted to throw out there that for your inclusive design or for your ADA compliant playground, if you have an opportunity to kind of explain how does the playground go above ADA compliance and start stepping into like inclusive design principles, like how does every youth be able to participate in more than just half of the elements within the park? That will help with the kind of overall scoring.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had the same question about the funding source. It showed a different budget amount, but that was asked. The first slide, the slide we were just on that shows project need, I could not really make out the white markers. I think it says project site, and then I think there's little dots that show other sites, but I cannot tell that.
Yeah, it's yes. I agree. When this slide came up, I thought the same thing.
Yeah. And then the only other thing I would say is if it wasn't all scripted, I don't think, right? Some of you kind of did off the cuff, but I would just make sure that everything is scripted just to be able to make sure you hit all the points you want to.
Cool.
Good job.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Anything else from the committee? All right. Well, Thaniel, yeah, I know this is sort of pointed out, but make sure you have a slide, at least a slide for each criteria. Make sure they're labeled and numbered correctly. So like number 6, this number 6 is actually design budget, and then engagement is 7. There's like 3 engagement questions, and so just look at the criteria. Your grant manager can help you out and make sure you have at least a slide touching on each of the criteria.
Okay. Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Aaron Johnson, who has been really helpful with these.
Okay,
This is my first round of RCO grants, so he's been very helpful.
Oh, great. Well, and that's why we do this technical review process. So, yeah. And so I mean, after this, you can make revisions, you can alter the budget, you can add. I noticed you don't have like A&E and permits and some other things that are eligible costs that you might want to build in, just to make sure you have enough money in your budget. And so, yeah, so you can make those adjustments here in a couple of weeks once Aaron returns the application to you.
Okay, great.
And then once that's final, you do want to, when you come back in August, obviously make sure that PowerPoint aligns exactly with what's in your Prism application. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Carl.
All right. Well, let's move to your next one. Pull that one up for you. There we go.
All right, thank you. Once again, I'm Nathaniel Gauk with the City of Auburn Parks, Arts and Recreation Department. The request before you is for a new playground or playground replacement, I'm sorry, at Terminal Park. Go next slide. So again, Auburn is located in South King County. There is a map on the right there, just kind of an overview of the King County itself. And next slide. This park is located kind of in the central area of the city. Excuse me. There's the red outline on the right-hand side, or the red dash line, I guess, is the city limits. And then the little playground icon is just showing where in relation to the city that it's located. And then it zooms in a little bit, showing kind of the neighborhood on the left-hand side within the park boundaries outlined in the yellow line. Next slide. So this park it's a linear park. North is up on the left-hand side, which shows the park boundary and the existing ADA accessible routes into the playground itself. And then the image on the right is again from Miracle Play Systems, where we received the playground quote from, just kind of showing the layout. Just due to its kind of size, the image on the right showing the site plan, north would be to the left, and just kind of get you in relation there. Next slide. So the playground, it was replaced back in 2003, and so it's over 20 years old. And so again, with this particular playground, we're unable to replace parts. So if like a slide gets damaged, which does happen, we're essentially cutting off that access to that portion of the park. The site itself is in pretty good condition. You can see the bench and table there that's available for people to use when they're using the park. And then next slide. So our local priorities, the only inclusive playground that we currently have is at Lesko Park, which is where our community center is located, and teen center, and many other park amenities. And that's shown in blue, the blue text in the map on the right, and then the project site is pointed out in purple there. And the population for this particular census tract is 7,000 per square mile, and the census estimates about 1,000 youth that live in this close to this park. The Washington Tracking Network census tract stats are listed there, and it's obviously a high area of high need, showing kind of the ranks on social vulnerability, people with disability, etc., where 10 out of 10 is the highest ranking, which would be the worst outcome for those stats. Currently, the usage is pretty low just due to the condition of the play equipment. And we're hoping to include this inclusive playground as trying to fill the gap for inclusive play in this area. Next slide. Project scope. So as I mentioned, the park is in fairly good condition overall. It's just the playground which is lacking. And these images just kind of zoom in on where the playground is located in relation to the park. And next slide. And this image just again showing kind of zoomed more into the proposed playground layout. Next slide. This is the design that was put together for us, or renderings that were put together for us from the playground contractor, just showing the numerous inclusive elements in the playground. And next slide. So this the playground is located in a neighborhood park. So we'd have two separate areas, kind of a tot area, which would be on the right in the image to the bottom right, and then a space for older children, 5 to 12 is what it's designed for, on the left-hand side, which they can obviously use either one. And we would use the existing footprint of the playground so that we're not having to remove trees or demolish any existing features. The playground quote that we received was from Miracle was about $370,000, which includes the poured in place surfacing, and then the city would match that, would provide 50% of that $370,000 for this project using King County Parks levy funds, and whichever contractor or whichever playground manufacturer we would go through the King County Directors Association to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. And our timeline would be, if we got the grant, be 6 to 9 months for completing the project. Next slide. So when we updated our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan back in 2023 to 24, we had our survey that was done in the 9 languages most commonly used in the Auburn School District. And the image to the bottom, or image on the bottom left, is a sample of the boards that we put out at all of our parks to get that feedback. And you could scan the QR code and go to it, and then choose your language directly from that link. As our part of our PROS Park Recreation Open Space Plan survey results, there was a lot of feedback on making our neighborhood parks better and our playgrounds more accessible or updated. And next slide. For sustainability, as I mentioned, we would be using the existing footprint of the playground, so we're not removing any other elements or any other site features or damaging them. And the poured-in-place surfacing would be porous, so the stormwater would be, or any rain, snow, etc., would be dealt with within the site or within the playground footprint. If we had a major rain event like we did back in December, we would have it would sheet flow into the existing grass that surrounds it. The park itself is located, there's several schools nearby. There's a church school that's just to the south of it, and to the north of it is also a school, and then down the street is another public school. And as being a neighborhood park, there's not off-street parking, or there's not on-site parking, so it encourages pedestrians to go to the site, walking, biking, that type of thing. We're hoping to, by having an inclusive playground in this neighborhood, we're hoping, excuse me, hoping that participants or parents or children that have limited mobility would be able to access the playground. We would use, for economic wise, we would use a local playground installer, which we have several of. They would have to source their components from elsewhere, but we would use local contractors, as we have done in the past. We wouldn't have to remove any trees or damage them, as we'd again be using the existing footprint. And as I mentioned before, just the playground itself is 23 years old now, and so any repairs to it are just done by our crew, and we're not able to replace playground pieces. And next slide. Project funding wise, the total cost for the playground is $370,000 with the board in place included, and 50% of that would be used from the city's existing funds for playground replacements. And the image on the bottom right there is one that we did in 2024, a playground replacement at a different park within the city. And next slide. And that's all I have. And I would really appreciate any feedback. Hopefully I didn't zoom through that too quickly. And I appreciate your time.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. All right, suggestions or ideas for this one? Mary, go ahead.
The Daniel, exactly the same comment as I had for the last presentation. Be very clear on how much is a grant request for, how much the city will cover. And if you could put it into a table that lists the costs and then the breakdown by item of grant or matching funds. That's
okay.
Ditto.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think a table would be very useful.
Yes, it really is. Thank you.
Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, also similar to the last one. We have 3 different categories: project engagement, methods, community, and partnerships. And I think you had smushed it all together. So it'd be helpful to have that parsed out. And then the other thing you had in your, you discussed in the sustainability slide, you had a lot of words. And it would be
No
nice
pictures.
if you, no pictures. Yeah. And so we're sitting there trying to read it and not listening to you. So if there's a way for you to, like, you had some good pictures in your last one, maybe just reuse those, or some other, examples of these factors.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Anne, go ahead.
I'm echoing all the comments from this one and the last one. I just also wanted to suggest that you can watch other presentations, like you can watch past years' presentations. They're available on YouTube, and you can see like who scored really high and like watch their presentations to get some ideas of how to do like the flow and how to break your slides up better.
Okay.
I just think that would be helpful for you.
Cool.
Your
Appreciate
grant
that.
manager should be able to help you find the link if you can't find it.
Okay. I think Aaron sent that to me before, so yeah. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. And actually we have 2 more days of this, Daniel. So it's open public meeting, so anybody you can jump onto the Zoom, or it's easier sometimes just to watch the YouTube.
Yeah, I popped in a couple times
stream,
earlier today to try to check it out.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's really useful, I think, to see how, everyone's got their own style and whatever, but to, see how people format and answer questions and keep things labeled and clear. Yeah, can really, especially if this is your first time going through it, it's quite a process. So
yeah, and you can probably tell I'm a city planner is my past job, so I'm very technical.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really do appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, you did fine, and you were a little under time on both, about 2 minutes under on the first one, 1.5 on the second one. So you do have just a little bit of room to work with.
Cool.
To flesh a little bit out and make some revisions. So you're good there.
Yeah, I was trying to have a timer go on my other screen here, and it never started. So.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Good. All right. Well,
cool.
I don't see anything else. Any other hands there from the committee? So I think we're good to go. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, Aaron will be in touch, and we'll see you again in August for
all right
the evaluation.
Sounds good. Really appreciate everybody's time.
Yeah, for sure.
Go enjoy the sun.
Yeah. Well, all right. Advisory committee. Before you go enjoy the sun, just if you would hang out for just a few minutes. Let me. Okay. All right. So that brings us to the end of day 2, WWRP Local Parks Technical Review. Thank you, everyone, to our applicants, advisory committee for helping out with all these projects.